Rumble, YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Ironwork 92,000 in the house, and it's cold as hell. But anyway, besides me BSing and crying about it, I was about to cuss right there. You saw what I did, right? Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. If you celebrate, cool. If you don't, that's cool too. You don't have to. It may not be for everybody. But still, if you are celebrating the holiday season, right? I want to make sure that I'm wishing you guys a happy holiday season. How about that? Happy holiday season. And in the meantime, if you're out on the road, be careful. If you're eating food, be careful. And if you're tired, take a break, man. Sit down, have a seat, go get some rest. Be careful. Just be careful this holiday season. We want to see you here for another year. That rhymes, by the way. And we just want to make sure that everybody's good. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Everybody's enjoying their families and all that stuff. I know I look a little bit choppy, but whatever, man. Just bear with me today. How do I look? How do I sound? Family, how do I look? How do I sound? Let me know. Talk to me. How do I look? How do I sound? I know my nose is big and my face is mad shiny. It's cool. I got that patent leather face, but it's all right, man. But it is what it is. I know y'all could deal with me. How do I look? How do I sound? Do you guys read me loud and clear? Perfect. All right. All right. That's good, man. See, remember when I started out with bad internet? Now it's just not so good internet. You know what I'm saying? And we're getting there though. We're getting there. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. So while we are in here in the house, I want to ensure that I'm giving everybody their due respect. What a world. What's going on, family? What a world. What a world. Oh, what a world. What a world. Good to see you. Good to see you. Miss Queen B. How you doing? Hey, Miss Queen B. That's right. That's PJ Cruikshank's wife, Mrs. Cruikshank. All right. Miss Queen B, it's lovely to have you. Glad to see you. Vic Lou. Vicky Lou. Vicky Lou. Hey, how you doing? Okay, Vic Lou. Um, Sounds familiar. But you're on Rumble. Yes. Yes, my Rumble people. Yay. God bless America. For everybody that's watching me, Rumble. That's where it's at. Because YouTube playing games, man. YouTube is wilding out. Let me tell you something real quick before I continue with the roll call. As a matter of fact, I'll tell y'all afterwards. Let me say what's up to everybody in the roll. 21 Truths. What's happening, bro? It's good to see you, family. It is good to see you. 21 Truths, always. Disclord, that's right, it's Disclord. Anytime I see the first part of your name, man, it throws me off. But Disclord, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you. Good to see you, man. It's always a pleasure to have you on here. And anybody else coming on here, it's always a pleasure. So there it is. I dropped that link. You know what I'm saying? I'm making it right. And Disclord's also in the dang Rumble chat as well. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Show me some love in Rumble too. It's okay. Don't be shy. Don't be coy. The True Few, what's happening, bro? It's good to see you. True Few, Half Warrior. Mr. Warrior, what's good, brother? Hopefully you having a good Thanksgiving. Matter of fact, hopefully everybody, like I said, is having a good Thanksgiving. Just keeping safe out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get stuffed, get a little bit loose, get a little bit of drink in you, get a little bit high, okay? But definitely always careful, right? Safety first. Safety first. If you're going to play hard, that's cool. Just make sure you're being safe. Be mindful about your safety. Okay? All right. That's cool. That's cool, warrior man, but hopefully you get a good night. Flat Out Faith. Hey, what's going on, brother? Hopefully this is your first, if this is your first time here, welcome. It's good to have you. And enjoy yourself, man. Yo, come in, relax, Mikasa, Sukasa, kick your shoes off, help yourself to anything in the digital fridge, have a good time, relax. You know what I'm saying? It's all love in here. It is all love. Unless you're somebody like Brenda and you just want to come in here acting up, it's all love. Even for folks like even Brenda, man, it's all love. You know what I'm saying? It's all love, you know. So come in here, relax, have a good time. That's right. Smash that. Smash that like. While you coming in here, smash that like. If you're on Rumble, smash that like. Yo, drop a quarter in there, drop some 50 cents, give me some change. You know what I'm saying? If you like the tempo of this music that I'm giving you, this verbal music that I'm giving you. If you like it, man, yo, show some love. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But honestly, like I said, man, you guys just coming in here, spending the time with me and learning what it is we learn, I think that's more than enough for me. But if you had a little bit of, something, a little bit of coffee to sip on, and, the stuff that you'd buy coffee with back in the 80s, like 80s coffee, not now coffee, because now coffee costs you like $5. It's ridiculous. Roger Ledwell, it's good to see you, brother. It is good to see you. Good to see you, Raj. Raj, you be making your videos at some crazy times, man. Roger Ledwell makes his videos at crazy times. But you know what? I'm not going to hate on the brother because Roger Ledwell has a very busy life. So I understand. But you be on at some crazy time. Roger Ledwell is like he's like the OxyClean commercials of Flat Earth. My man will be up at like 4 in the morning talking about, hey man, I'm doing a video at 4 in the morning. So anybody that's like, if you live in Uzbekistan and you want to go ahead and like watch, I mean, I'm up. So it's everybody in Uzbekistan. I'm just giving you crap, Roger. But yeah, man, our brother Roger Lidwell. It's good to see you, man. But yeah, man, Roger never goes to sleep. Osoyos, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's about time I see you on a live and not after the fact. You know what I'm saying? But it's good. Welcome. I think Osoyos that you typically you're in Canada, and while you're in Canada, Maybe things are a little bit different. Maybe you're on the west side of Canada. I don't know. That's an assumption. Luke, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. It's always a pleasure to see you here, Luke. And I didn't see you here last time, but at least I'm getting to see you here today. I know I'm starting a little bit late, so please forgive me. It's good to see you, man. Mojo Shop, what's good, brother? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And man, I know I'm a little bit slow with it, y'all. Forgive me. I want to make sure I give everybody their due respect and their hello. Pox Bottle, what's going on? I don't know if I've seen you before, but again, as you come in, hit that like, welcome, kick your shoes off, spend some time, relax, grab a sip, grab a bite of anything, help yourself to anything in the digital fridge. Mikasa, Sukasa, enjoy yourself while you're in here. Please enjoy yourself, but be good. Play nice, okay? Play nice. So yeah, it's always a pleasure. It is always a pleasure. Marcy Chan, what's going on, Miss Chan? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Nano CBD. What's happening, bruh? One of our day ones over here. Nano CBD been in here for a minute, man. Ever since I started doing these crazy shows, man, Nano's been here. We have our day ones, man. You know, Jimmy Satterfield, Nano CBD, Shannon Emerson, Half Warrior. You know, all these guys are like day ones. These are like the foundation of this whole operation of mine. So I really appreciate them. You know, these guys are like plank owners. If you don't know what a plank owner is, kind of like when you're on a ship, as soon as that ship gets commissioned, any able-bodied sailor that's on that ship as a ship gets commissioned, they become a deck plate owner. They become a plank owner, right? And so as the ship gets commissioned, you get basically some kind of ownership, being part of the christening of the ship and owning some of the ship. And now you don't literally own the ship, but I mean, you've christened the boat, so you become a plank owner. So these guys are like plank owners of the Ironwork Channel. So yeah, you know, they're like the 13 primes, even though they're like 6 of them. Something. It's good to have y'all though. Totally. Dojo, brother, it's good to see you, man. And Dojo's here early too. Hopefully, in you guys in the land down under, I don't know what you guys have. We have turkey on Thanksgiving. I don't know what you guys have. You guys have good A mate day, maybe, and you guys have a big Vegemite like spread, maybe. I don't know. You damn Vegemite eating, kangaroo jumping, dunkaroo dunking, damn didgeridoo playing, crocodile Dundee knife wielding ass Australian people. But it's good to see y'all, man. It is always a pleasure to see you, damn dunkaroo, kangaroo, hibbity hoo, damn didgeridoo playing, damn crocodile beating. But it's good. It's good to see my Australian family in here. But let me scroll back up here because I don't want to miss everybody. Or I don't want to miss anybody. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let me hurry up. Something Simpler, welcome once again. This is two in a row that I've noticed you. Something Simpler, welcome. It's good to see you, sis. It's good to see you, and happy Thanksgiving. Exactly. ABC in the house, and where there's ABC, there must be Sean Alke. So wherever there's ABC, guys, don't forget these guys like work in tandem. ABC's here, Angela Baby Carson, and then Sean Alke's somewhere around here, just chilling out, hiding. You know what I'm saying? But welcome, ABC. It's good to see you, sis. It's good to see you. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Sean Alke in the house. Sean Alke is in the house. See, I was right, man. He wasn't too far behind. He's there. And if I don't see ABC's name and I see Sean Alke, I know just right down that road, man, ABC's around. So it's good to see you guys. Hopefully not too much drawing tonight on the show, not on the show at least. You can do as much artistry and drawing and all that. We were talking about it last time. Sects. 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 You know what I'm saying? Let me know, guys. I'm looking at myself in this screen. Let me know if I'm a little bit too choppy, if I look like an 80s like hologram. If I am, I'm gonna see if I could swap up my camera, but I wanted to try something a little bit different today. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Vern? I'm Ernest P. Wall. LT, what's going on, family? I don't know if LT's Lawrence Taylor, um, Long Tongue, or Lieutenant LT, but it's good to see you. Oh, you're from Australia too. Well, welcome my Australia family. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing, man. You guys are amazing. LT, man. It's good to see you. Rumham Solo, it's about time. I finally see you in here. Good to see you, family. Good to see you, brother. I got to give you something too, man. You've been sitting over here BSing. Rumham Solo, welcome. The Akinator, what's happening, family? And all right, okay. So I need to speed it up, but it's good to see Rumham and the Akinator. You guys holding it down. I love seeing it. Okay, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Tony Coriolis, okay. What's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. This is 2 times today, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, man. And we got quite a project on our hands coming up here. So welcome, Tony Coriolis. It's good to see you, fam. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah. Ironwork. What's going on, fam? What's good? Man, I'm good, man. You know, I got my face is mad shiny. Look like a patent leather shoe. I know, man. I know, man. You need to calm it down a little bit, man. Put a little bit of powder on your face, man. Get that glare out, you know? All right, man. I'm going to hold it down. Okay. Ironwork, welcome, family. You need a wrench, Ironwork, for real. Truth Trollette, what's going on? What's happening, sis? Truth Trollette in the house. Okay, okay. Okay. Truth Trollette, welcome, welcome. Marty Shrimp, how you doing, family? Marty Shrimp and all my Rumble family, what's good? What's happening? I'm glad to see people are using Rumble. I'm so happy to see that, man. That is such a relief. So if you guys would like to just check out Rumble, just check out Rumble. It's okay. It's all right. Nobody bites over there. Check out Rumble. Check me out at Rumble as well. You don't necessarily have to just sit up on YouTube all the time. Because, yo, if you've looked at my last few videos that I made, I actually put thumbnails in YouTube, right? And they just made it mad hard for me to put AI generated thumbnail that I created. And they're like, nah, we can't have you doing that no more. So YouTube is just acting funky with me. It's cool because Rumble, they don't act funky with me right now, not yet. But YouTube's been doing the most, man. But you want to know something? Here's the thing. This is their platform, right? So I can't hate too much and I just have to play by their rules. I guess I just have to get more familiar with their rules, but at the same time doesn't mean I have to like it. But if I want to play that by their rules, if I want to continue to publish on their platform, I must adhere to their rules. So I'm gonna work on it, but I don't like that thing at all. I've been working on not cussing too much, y'all. So how am I doing? Like Mayor Ed Koch would say, "How I'm doing? How am I doing?" You know what I'm saying? Let me know. Yeah, man. So as y'all come in, it's good to see y'all. Carry Skates, what's going on, family? It's good to see you. Carry Skates in the house. Junk fam. All right. With the lightning bolts. Speaking of lightning bolts, junk fam. Oh man. Where's Sea Lightning at? Sea Lightning be around here sometimes, and then other times ain't around here. But Sea Lightning ain't here. But good to see you, junk fam. Good to see you. I don't see Sea Lightning. I don't see Zach. Sully. Zach Sully's usually here. Don't see him either. You know. But it's all good, man. I'm plenty happy with the guys that I have in here. But as you guys come in here, oh snap, plain reality. Blah, everyone. I hope all are well. Yeah, man. What's happening, plain reality? You know, it's good to see you. Wow, that's what people call me, actually, plain reality. That's wild. People call me Vla. That's crazy. That's what you're calling me right now. This is wild. This is very strange. Feels very familiar, but it's strange. Are you family? Plain reality. You're not family. You're from Australia. You eat Vegemite, and you play the didgeridoo or the didgeridoo, whatever. I'm just giving you hell, but it's good to see y'all, man. It is good to see y'all. Yes, yes, man. You guys are a great bunch to come And be around for tonight. Maria Walker, my sister. What's happening, girl? It is good to see you, girl. Maria Walker in the house. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, Maria Walker. I am glad to have you here, my sister. And hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving as well. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their Thanksgiving. Everybody enjoyed their family. Today, I don't know if you knew this, but I didn't get to hang out with my family too much because I was out at the American Legion doing a little bit of volunteer work and everything and joining my Legion family and stuff. Now, here's my reasoning behind it. Every year, usually what I like to do is I like to go and give back to the community, whether it's the Elks Lodge, American Legion, or the Veterans for Foreign Wars. VFW and the American Legion are roughly the same, except for VFW. Obviously, you have spent time downrange combating the enemy. Either way, I like to do this every holiday or anytime I have time. I will go volunteer because a lot of these places, the American Legions, the Elks Lodge, the VFWs, and places similar to these, right? They have a lot of old people, old World War, whatever. You pick a war vet, right? These guys come in there, they may be on their sunset tour in life, right? They may be on their way out. A lot of these guys are very, very old. Some of them may be terminally ill, right? But they want to come in, enjoy a drink from time to time. Me, I tend to be some of the younger people in these facilities and in these establishments, and I don't mind it, right? I'm 45 years old, and these guys tend to be significantly older than me. So I go there, I do my time, I enjoy time with them. And my thing is to go there and hear their story, to just let them talk, right? To hear from them because they're not guaranteed tomorrow. They're not guaranteed next year. Not saying that I am, but there's a much better chance that I am than they are, if that makes any sense. So if they have family around here, that's good, but maybe their family may not be in the same shoes as them. Maybe their family doesn't have the ear to listen to the type of words that they have to deliver based off of their experience. And so if I could go there and I can lend an ear because it's an ear that I have that would be familiar with the story of theirs, then I'm down to listen. And I think this is something that the older folks appreciate, right? Is somebody to just sit down, shut the hell up, and just listen, right? Because there's an old Haitian proverb, right? Nobody likes what old folks say. The mouth of an old person smells, right? Because a lot of times wisdom isn't pretty and wisdom doesn't smell good and it doesn't feel good, but it's still wisdom, right? It's still a significant truth, and it's something that we should definitely pay attention to. And that's what I tend to enjoy. That's what I tend to do these days, especially on days like this, right? And like I said, these guys aren't guaranteed a tomorrow. They're not guaranteed a next year. So I want to make their time remaining here with us as palatable as possible, but at the same time as constructive as possible. I want to lend myself my ears to these guys and give them a soundboard, right, to work with. So if that makes any sense, I don't know. Anyway, I digress. Let me just shut my trap and just keep on going down the list. It's good to see y'all. You know what I'm saying? You guys are definitely family over here, man, and I appreciate having y'all every day, every whether it's True Earth Tuesday, Flat Earth Friday, it don't matter. Frank Monday or a Frank Monday, brother. What's good? What's happening? It's good to see you. I appreciate you being here. Happy Thanksgiving, Neho, right? Which is Cantonese for hi, or Ni Hao, which is Mandarin for hi, whichever floats your boat, right? I don't know where in China you at, but what's happening, family? It's good to see you. Frank Monday, what's good? Shifty Shady Eyes, what's happening, family? It is good to see you. Welcome to the show, Shifty Shady Eyes. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, fam. Hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving tonight or yesterday, whatever time it is. It's almost midnight, so hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving, Shifty Shady. Hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving. T. Smith, what's happening, bro? It's good to see you, man. It's likewise. It's good to see you, family. T. Smith in the house. Okay. We eat your kangaroos. You eat our coat of arms, emo and kangaroos. That's what I'm talking about, LT. LT knows what time it is, man. Barbecued kangaroo, right? Didgeridoo, dunkaroo. Look at that. Everything is a roo when you go to Australia. Dunkaroo, kangaroo. T. Smith, yeah, man. But it's good to have y'all, man. It's good to have y'all. Of Nano THC. Yeah, there we go. Shifty Shady knows what time it is. You know, all y'all that like to puff a little bit, smoke on a little bit of live, man. So you know what it is. Hey, hey, perre. How you doing, Marco Nimi? How's everything, family? It is good to see you, brother. It is good to see you. What we got here? It is good to see you. And if y'all need to know, perhe is family in Finland. So I'm working on my Finnish a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Connecting with my Finnish family so they don't feel left out, you know? So post anything too. What's happening, family? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Always a pleasure. Post anything too in the house. Okay. Okay. So I think we're getting down to the list right now. Ryan S. What's happening, fam? It's good to see you, brother. It is good to see you. Oh, wow. Marco is up early. Mad early. Damn. 6:48. Well, I'm saying mad early because it's a day off for most of us. So being up that early, unless you lifting weights or breaking somebody off, I mean, 6:48 in the morning on your day off. Okay. I dig it. I respect it. I like it. I respect it. Usually I'm up like at around 7 on my days off. So I get it. I totally get it. But it's good to have my family here. Lowry, what's happening, bro? I haven't seen you in a while, man. Lowry in the house. Mr. Lowry. And again, let me go ahead. Let me drop this in here. There goes the link. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know who it is and y'all know what it is. So there it is. There go that link one more time. But it's good to see you, Lowry, brother. It's good to see you, fam. It is good to see you. It's good to see you. So there we go. I went ahead and I greeted everyone. If I missed you as I come across you, and I'll know if I mentioned your name. You know what I'm saying? I'll know if I didn't mention your name. So like Jono Edwards, Macho Man, what's happening, fam? You know, like I haven't called out Jono Edwards yet. What's happening, brother? It's good to see you, fam. Jono Edwards is in the house. But yeah, as we come across, man, and we come across your name, if I hadn't mentioned you, of course, I'm going to stop so I could pay my respects, you know? So, I was actually the reason I wanted to have tonight's show. I would have saved it for Friday, Flat Earth Friday. But tonight was important to me because of something that I'd come across when I went to California a couple of months back. And so, what that something is, actually, it was a couple of weeks back. What that something is a map. Why is this map important? It's not the Urbano Monte map like everybody thinks, right? It is a different map. And of course, you guys know what kind of map I'm talking about because that's part of today's title, right? And I just find it strange because we see them, and then there are times where we don't even recognize that we could be on top of them. I'll show you here in a second what I'm talking about. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but maybe if you guys could chime in based off of your own experience, what you've come across, what you have seen. For example, in Pensacola, Florida, if anybody lives by Pensacola, if you live in Destin, Florida, if you live in Fort Walton Beach and the like, you'll know what I'm talking about. They have a place called Fort Barrancas. Fort Barrancas in Pensacola, Florida. Now, I'm talking about this place because I've experienced it firsthand myself. You could get out there. It's open to the public 24/7. Fort Barrancas Fort. So it was an army base at one time, apparently. You could go out there. You can experience the place for yourself. This is an example of how star fort structures are designed and what they look like up close and in person, because seeing it from an aerial shot, seeing it through a map doesn't really do it justice in helping to describe how being in a star fort is. So if anybody is in and around the Fort Walton Beach area, it is in Pensacola, Florida. It is easy to get there. It is mad cheap to get there too. Matter of fact, the cost of living in Pensacola is relatively cheap. So if you want to go there for a vacation, if you want to go there to stop by Fort Barrancas, matter of fact, instead of sitting here popping my gums all day, Fort Barrancas. Fort Barrancas. Don't get it mixed up with no, Fort Banaka or nothing like that. Not Banaka like the breath spray. Jim Anus, what's happening, family? I told you as I see y'all coming in here, I'm going to say what's up. Fort Barrancas. So that was my first star fort. And this is something that I thought that we'd built years and years ago for whichever war. What war? I have no idea, but it looks like it's set up for cannons and the like, right? Mortars and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, this is normal in the United States. We've had a million wars. And so just another part to one of our many wars that we fought, Fort Barrancas. And then I had to like take a step back and relook at what it is that I've experienced again. This is just another example, right? And so Moomin Rider, what's happening, family? It is good to see you. It is good to see you, and happy Thanksgiving. And for all y'all that I haven't wished happy Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving. Again, Moomin Rider, it's good to see you, brother. Sea Lightning, I was just talking bad about you. How you doing? Shadow Ben, when you type McMurdo Station Antarctica has the sun up all day. Okay, so Sea Lightning, if you'd like, I'm going to drop the link again. You come on in and then please explain yourself. I'm giving you an opportunity. Don't be sitting there just typing and then you ain't going to say nothing. I dropped that link in there for a reason. Okay, so come in here, you explain yourself so the people could better understand you. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to sit here and make fun of you. I make fun of everybody else, but not you, brother. This is serious business. So I totally get it. Right? Friendly fellow on the internet. Ah, man, what a world. I appreciate you, brother. I do my best, man. I do my best. Cajun Art Guild. What's going on, family? Cajun Art Guild. What's happening? Okay, okay. All right. The good people streaming on in here. As you guys come in, man, just drop that like in there. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate y'all being here. But hey, a like definitely helps. But if you're on Rumble, definitely drop some likes in there because Rumble playing games, yo. Y'all gave me mad likes. Y'all showed me mad love in Rumble. For whatever reason, Rumble has been taking all my love away. Why? I have no idea. You see how I'm minimizing the cussing, right? I'm just minimizing the cussing just because I want to try something new. I want to try something different. But Rumble's over there playing games, y'all. I don't know what it is. Ika. Ika Kapinak Rally. Ika Kapinak Rally. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Perre.
It's Rebel General in Finnish.
It's who?
Rebel General.
The Rebel General. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
good to have you on, Mr. Rebel General. All right.
yeah.
Yika.
I use in chat Marco Niemi because this is my son's account.
Okay, not a problem. Well, it's good to have you here, Yika. I appreciate you and thank you. Talk to
I
me.
have
What's on
been
your
in
mind for the night?
I have been in Rikus Liebe sendings many times.
Ika, your mic is it's a little bit wonky. Your mic. I'm having a harder
Okay.
time hearing you.
Oh, I have this one. Is it better
Ooh.
now?
Yes, it's better now. It is
Yeah,
better
yeah,
now.
yeah. I had my speakers on. so it's going around.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It's good to have you on though, bro. All right.
Thanks.
All right. So how's
I
everything?
follow you very much.
I appreciate it, man.
We
Yo,
have been many mornings drinking morning coffee together.
okay. Spent the whole you probably spent the whole morning because I'm on for a long time some
Yeah,
nights.
I have noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you go to work, you come back, you got your
So
fedora on, you take your
I'm
fedora
on
on, you like
pension,
you like
so
damn
I
this.
don't need to go to work
Oh, okay, okay.
anymore.
Are you retired?
Yeah,
Hey, this is the retired crew right here. I dig it. I
yeah. I'm
dig it.
67 years
Ooh,
old
okay.
biker.
You still young. You still
Ah,
young.
I don't feel so young anymore.
Hey, it's all a state of mind, brother. It's
Yeah,
all it's all
yeah,
up
I
here.
know.
I bet you still got it in you though. You still got it in you.
Well, I just rest my bike for this season last week.
Okay.
I put it down in the Tuesday, and Wednesday morning it was snowing.
Oh man.
So it was in the last minute.
Oh snap. Okay.
So it's
Mr.
no more
Bass.
driving this year.
All right. Dr. Bass, excuse me, excuse me. I just want to say what's up to Dr. Bass or Dr. Bass. What's happening, family? Store farts. Okay, okay. Now, Maria Walker, if you excuse me, Ika, but are you familiar with star forts?
I'm not sure. No, I don't think so.
Okay. So just so you guys are familiar, if we're not too familiar with star forts, family, it's fine, right? Um, there are many that are starting to think that star forts are from a time before ours. Instead of the narrative that we're taught that we built these star forts, there are many that are starting to reinvestigate these claims. And it's starting to turn out that there's a good chance that we didn't, us as the human beings that we know, us, we didn't make these star forts as we once thought we did. We didn't. There's a good chance that we didn't make these star forts. So, what I'm going to do now is I am going to get us up to speed. TB, what's going on, family? It's good to see you, brother. And like I said, as you guys come in, I'm going to say what's up. But as I say what's up, y'all got to give me them thumbs, baby. Y'all got to give me them thumbs, especially if you in Rumble. You must give me those thumbs. I need those thumbs. I collect them as souvenirs. You know what I'm saying? I collect those thumbs as souvenirs. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I know.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys a quick vid of an ancient Star Fort episode of my lunch break. So without further ado or further ado, let's get to it. All
Don't
right.
put it on
Go to my
quite
lunch
yet.
break.
I go
Today, let's
get my morning
discuss
coffee.
Say again.
Don't put it on yet. I going to get my morning coffee. Quick,
Okay. Okay.
just
Go
a second.
ahead. I'm gonna wait for you. Get your morning coffee. Everybody. If you
Yes,
need to go to the
just a second.
bathroom, go to the bathroom, get your popcorn, get what you need, get your coffee, get your popcorn, you know, get your roll on, whatever. And we'll get to this here in the next. You got 5 minutes. I'm giving you 5 minutes. What time is it? 12:09. We will start the show in. We will start this video in 5 minutes. So get what you need to get, y'all. Y'all get what you need to get. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Bass. Yeah, give them thumbs. And while y'all in there, man, YouTube, you know how YouTube gets down. YouTube is just crazy, man. YouTube is crazy as hell.
Okay,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
back.
yo, something simpler. My mic isn't good. Oh, snap. Oh, something simpler is saying, Ika, your mic is a little bit. It sounds like echoey. It sounds like you're. It sounds like this right here.
I don't know what to do with it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll work with it. It's all right. But Frank Monday, what's going on, brother? Welcome.
Hey, what's happening, Ironwork?
Man.
Happy Turkey Day, man.
Hey, brother. Happy Turkey Day to you too, brother. It's good to see you, man. It's good to have you in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh
Yeah,
man.
good
Tell
morning
me.
from me too.
Okay. Yeah, man. So that's Ika. This is our new guest, Frank.
Oh, hey, what's up, Ika? Greetings.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, man. So Ika, do you have your coffee yet?
Hmm?
Do you have your
Yeah, I
coffee?
just got it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, family. Now that
World
Yika's
is
got his,
saved.
huh?
World is saved. I have my
Okay.
morning coffee.
Hey, it's okay. I got my coffee here too. Mm. All right, family. So before we start, everybody's good. Everybody's solid. If we're
Yep.
good, if we're solid, all right. We are going to get into the show. All right. This is Star Forts, and this is from my lunch break. So let's take it from the top once more.
Welcome back to another episode of My Lunch Break. Today, let's discuss the incredible architecture of the mysterious star forts, and then do the intro. And I'd like to begin with Fort Jefferson, which is located in the Florida Keys, making this one of the strangest structures in the world, in my opinion. Supposedly, they had slaves trying to build it for 30 years. Of course, if you've seen any of my previous videos, you will understand the narrative often uses these slaves or prisoners as their master builders, because we all know they have an artistic, steady hand. So 16 million bricks later, in 1876, they said, "We're all done building it," and just left it unfinished, which is obviously the most logical thing to do and just a brilliant idea. Even unfinished, it remains the largest masonry structure in the Western Hemisphere. Of course, this was found, and this story is completely fabricated, which is exactly why they had to turn this into a prison. Now that we have that story all laid out, let's begin to ask some basic, open minded questions. Who decides that this is a good spot for the largest masonry structure in the Western Hemisphere without any fresh drinking water in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico?
Exactly.
Literally. Is this logistically possible in this time period to
Interesting.
ship 16 million bricks onto this little piece of land? What is going on here? It's clear that the land was formed perfectly. Which company in the 1800s were in the business of land creation in the ocean? This is all the way at the end of the Keys as well. The story simply doesn't make any sense if you ask me. Just hire a bunch of slaves and prisoners. They'll get the job done. Don't even worry about it. They know exactly what they're doing. Now here's a map of all the star forts in the USA alone. Even the Statue of Liberty sits on top of one. I personally
Exactly.
find it odd how these major cities just pop up all over the place. What makes a place so perfect that a major city develops, especially in the middle of the desert? Let's look at Las Vegas as an example and go slightly northeast, and we will find the remains of what was once a star fort. Clearly, this star fort was hit by an extreme event, leaving just a pattern on the ground. Not only is there a star fort, but there is also some sort of monument right next to it. This was built in 1856, so we have a lie right off the bat.
Yep.
Let's continue. The story is absolutely ridiculous. It was the headquarters for a cavalry in the 1870s, and that was it? How exactly is it worn down like it was built 2,000 years ago? Was there a fire? No. Was there a war? No. Nothing? Really? Just naturally looks like this. The scriptwriter was surely cut off the payroll after this one. This was clearly hit by a direct energy weapon, in my opinion. It's completely destroyed and isn't even close to its original form from only 150 years ago. Let's compare this to something else built in the 1870s.
So if you look at these structures right here, he said they were hit by a direct energy weapon. That's a I wouldn't know what to say about that. But then again, he finished it off with, in my opinion. Anytime these assertions are being made, I feel it's very, very, very important to either begin it with, hey, this is me just rattling off, this is me speculating, or this is a guess of mine or a theory of mine, right? But this is how I feel. Definitely important to start off like that or to finish off with, This, in my opinion, you understand? Because a
Yeah.
lot of times, man, people would say a lot of this stuff, and it would seem as if you're trying to poison the waters. You understand what I'm saying? That make any sense, y'all?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
I
have
think
here in Finland old castles that are older than that. They are
mm,
200-300 years old, and they are in better shape.
yeah. Oh, totally, totally. But the thing is nobody see where this much I know has to be true. Is nobody truly knows how old these things are, right? Because we
Hmm.
can't re-replicate these things that have already been built. We can't
Yeah.
possibly re-replicate them.
Right, and at best, they're educated guesses, but then they take that as their, their scientific theory and
E-
make it a standard, and then just teach it
Yes,
as fact.
exactly. And so I think we're now coming into a new time to where we could take the reins as to how history is being taught. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
another thing, y'all. I don't know if people are familiar with it, but hold on, let me see if I could get you guys on some equal footing. There we go. But Donald Trump, right? I think starting by the 20th of January, he's looking at giving parents 10,000 extra dollars to homeschool their children. So he's looking at putting the big old kibosh on the Department of Education, and now homeschooling kids has taken like the front reins and has taken priority on proper education for children these days. So that's something to think about. And so this is going to give people that want to teach their children the true earth, how things truly may function, right? Teach them the things that are not, I wouldn't say teach them the things that are not true, but let them know, hey, the stuff that you've learned up to now, like if you're raising a high schooler and now you want to, instead of teaching them in the mainstream school, you want to start homeschooling a high schooler. Well, now you have to have them unlearn certain things, which is hard as hell as an adult. I can only imagine what it's like for a rebellious teenager. You know what I'm saying? You have to teach them how to unlearn if you're going to take these steps into teaching your child,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
they've, yeah, go
I
ahead.
remember in early 2000 when I was starting to wake up, when I realized that absolutely everything I learned under my whole life was a lie. It was quite shock, and I'm not sure if I came over it even this day totally. So,
Yeah.
but I try to educate myself every day.
Yeah. It's, you know, I hear you. It's hard. It's difficult. It's difficult to, I mean, but once you see the truth, that's exciting, and then you want more. But we have to let, there's a lot of our old way of thinking that we have to let go of. Now we
Yeah,
have a guest by the name of Harmon. uh Harmon is a, he's got a Minnesota Vikings helmet, right? And he's a guy a lot of people don't like because Harmon brings a harsh reality to you, and he holds it up to your face, and he tells you, how do you know, how do you know that this is true, like your claim, right? Like for example, we were talking about water is H2O. He's like, how do you know it's, you know two parts hydrogen, one part oxygen? How do you know that's what it is? And then it makes you wonder, well, what does he mean? How do we know? This is what we're taught. Now that's the problem, right? That's what we were taught. We were taught a lot
yeah,
of things that turns out to be lies. So how do we know that even water, something as simple as water, something as abundant as water, what we were taught about it, even that, how do we know that's not a lie?
yeah. We can't trust anything they tell us.
Yeah.
Not one thing.
you know well, what I mean, Maria Walker, is I love Harmon. I love Harmon, but it's not that they hate Harmon, but they find him to be very almost contrarian, which I don't think he's contrarian at all. but
I
he
like
said that
him.
he's been, yeah, I like him. I like Harmon. You know what I'm saying? Because it keeps me in check and it keeps me honest. And I think that that's okay. That's it. And that's what sets us as flat earthers apart from everybody else is our level of honesty with what we know and then willing to admit what it is we don't know. And I think that's important going forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well, they would consider him a contrarian, you know? So he just gives people problems, they would think. I don't think he gives me problems. I like him. And I think he's a good guest to have on. And it's good if I feel that maybe I might be getting out of bounds, he kind of reels me back in and kind of
yeah,
drops reality on our heads, if you know what it is, you know?
yeah. I have a T-shirt with a text on my back that says, "My attitude is your problem." that
Yeah,
goes with
right.
harm. That goes with Harmon too.
Yep, yep. Jimmy Satterfield, what's going on, brother? I was just talking bad about you. What's happening? And then, so Dr. Bates brings up a good point. I think it's funny that our timeline goes back 2,000 years and then starts counting backwards. LOL. Why didn't they just include those years with our current year count? And it seems so dumb. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Absolutely. I,
Yeah,
I,
it's
I agree.
interesting. It's interesting to look at it that way too, because in the Chinese calendar, before they modernized, before they updated, they actually have by the Yellow Emperor, they measured time, and they were at
Yes.
5,763 years before they reset. So
So it's the Chinese, and I believe it's the Khazar Jews as well, right? Or
yeah, that's
maybe
right.
just yeah, they have like they're on like a 5,000 year scale.
Right.
Yeah, and so I'm like sitting here and I'm confused. I'm
mm,
confused. And the reason I say I'm confused is even though we see that they have this scale, the Chinese, the Khazars, they have their own timeline. Like we get that part, but why? Why do they have that and we have something totally different? And we act as if that's normal. Why?
Right. Well, the Chinese would argue it's because they have records going back that far. Like they have during the Shang Dynasty, they have the oxbone divinatory things from like the old Taoist priests, and so
Right,
these can be like they could, supposedly can be verified, but they supposedly have the records coming all the way up like in an unbroken succession, so they can
right.
measure that time. But again, that some of that may be legendary.
It could
yeah,
perhaps. But what I find funny is how they said that they said now this is probably something that needs to be reinvestigated as well. They said that the Chinese blocked off everybody for however many years,
Right.
right? And so this is what we're being told, but is this true? Did they get in contact with the outside world and they were told, "Hey, this is what the story's going to be going down the road. Stick with this and we'll be fine." Because we do have to remember that Marco Polo and them, they were still affected, not even affected, but they were part of like the Holy Roman Empire or whatever, right? The Vatican. Marco
mm,
Polo was basically being funded by the Medicis and the Vatican, right? And
yeah.
so he had contact with the guys out west.
Yeah, he made it all the way to Beijing. They have a bridge here named after him. And in fact, I think he installed a Roman Pope in the Forbidden City during that time period.
I see. I didn't even know that. I didn't know he was in that deep with the Chinese. I know he was with the Japanese to some degree, and you could even see on Urbano Monte's map some of his travels. They speak of some of his travels. Having embassy and ambassadors between Rome and Japan, and just that part of the world. And I'm like, if they were cut off from the rest of the world, like, why are they keeping correspondence with Europe? That doesn't make no sense.
Right.
So, yeah, things that make you go, hmm. It's the things that make you
Yeah,
go, hmm, hmm, hmm.
yeah. I believe that Chinese had trade with Western Europe much, much earlier than we are told.
Oh, yeah? with Western Europe. Yeah, probably. Right, because we're told, and that's the thing. We're told about the whole Marco Polo thing and bringing stuff over, bringing tomatoes and everything else to that part of the world. Like it's like but now that we're starting to come to this, it's like that's probably bull too. And to see who Marco Polo's involved with, you're like, oh, there's a good chance that they fabricated the whole story, like they fabricate everything else. And
Yeah.
True.
so it's funny because I did a little pilgrimage over to see the Urbano Monte map, right? This brings it back and funnels us to the Urbano Monte map. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. You, Frank, are you familiar with it?
I'm not 100% sure if I am or not.
So I'll show you guys here in a second. Ika, are you familiar with the
Yeah.
Urbano Monte map?
I
Okay,
I heard it. Yeah, but I'm
so
not
this
so
map
familiar.
is like the biggest map in the biggest world map in the world, right? Measures 10 feet by 10 feet. It's around like 150 pages almost inside
Wow.
of a book, right? This map. Inside the map, I went and I visited it at Stanford University. And what they did was they cut out pieces describing parts of the world. They cut out those pieces and I filmed it. I was like, look at this thing. They cut the whole thing out. They just removed it. But then on some of these pages subsequently behind each part of the map, or not each, but rather many parts of the map, you'll see a stamp behind them. Boom. That stamp is like the seal of approval from it possibly could be from the Medicis. And
Okay.
they don't talk about that anywhere in this
Yeah.
research. They don't talk about like on follow on research and stuff like that from David, I think it's David Rumsey, right? The guy the guy that has donated like over 150 maps, 130 maps to Stanford University, brought all these maps. The guy's still alive. He still does seminars and everything else like that. But then with all the shows that I've watched, with everything that I've read based on this map, they don't speak about those seals of approval. It comes up missing, but when you visit it in person, it tells a whole different story, or missing parts of the story that leave you with more questions than you came in with, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
More I
So,
learn, the more question I have.
mhm, mhm.
Yeah,
So,
The Chinese folks are big on their stamps. In fact, they still use them up to the president to sign things in Taiwan. They don't do it
right.
here on the mainland anymore. But yeah, they still all carry around a little chop. They call it a chop in their
Okay.
pocket and use it for their signature. In the imperial city here, they had giant ones, like a foot by foot square, and you couldn't reproduce those. If you got caught trying to fake a seal or something, you'd be put to death for sure.
Feel you. Wow. A chop. Okay, that's funny because in the Navy, that's what we would call, hey, did you get the CO's chop on this? Make sure you
Oh
get this
wow,
chopped by
wow.
the CO. Yeah. This is a term that we'd use in the military just to basically get a final approval. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
like if you were trying to go on leave, if you were trying to go on a extended period of leave within a short amount of time, it would need the skipper or the commanding officer's chop on it, right? So he would
Yeah.
take it and then he'd give it his seal of approval, and then you could do whatever you want. You could do whatever it is you want based
That's
off,
interesting.
yeah.
Do-
And they
does
call it
that
the chop.
does that tie into like when somebody gets their chops, like you don't got your chops? I thought that was something different. I didn't know. Maybe it does somehow tie in.
Mm-mm. No, not that I know of. And also, the chop is a position. It's like a position of authority. Um,
Okay.
on on certain vessels, being the chop, I think is like being the admin personnel, like the admin officer is the chop. If I'm not mistaken, somebody help me out in
Yeah.
here. That's another getting the chop, but yeah, it's like the administrative person
That's
officer
the Navy
on
thing.
a naval vessel. It's like the chop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember being on some sub rides and they're like, "Hey, did you talk to Chop?" And it's like, "Oh, no, I didn't." You know, it's either the admin guy or it's the logistics guy. I forget. Anyway, I think we're kind of losing it. Let's get back into focus. Let's get back to the star forts again. I want to show you guys something that I came across here in California, actually, and I didn't get to show it to y'all. But let's continue with this
and show that this is a total lie. Or we could just show something built supposedly 400 years ago. Even better. This is St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Looks good to me. No rust, nothing. Do you guys see any signs of weathering here? Let's go over this little island in the middle of the ocean and take a look at this very real and believable story. This star fort was built, but not up to their standards.
Look at that.
So in 1672, Cornelius Spielmann ordered an engineer to redesign the fort into a magnificent castle. This project would turn into a lengthy, hard-fought build. It would take hundreds of years to... No, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. It took them 1 year. Finished in 1673, 1 year later. And of course, there would be no other star forts in the area, which is understandable. It's the one part of the story that I'm able to...
What was that?
In 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year. That's the claim. That's
Wow.
the claim. With their horses and buggies.
Yeah.
That's the claim. Well, let's continue.
Actually wrap my head around. Wait, what? What is that? Another star fort's right next to it? Okay, I give up. Here we have a second star fort on this tiny island in the middle of the ocean. Making sense? Built by the Portuguese in 1529, of course. Its purpose was supposedly to control the trade in nutmeg. Their admiral was attacked and killed, of course, to give this Wikipedia page anything at all to write on. Otherwise, the page would have been basically blank, as they have no idea where this really came from or don't want us knowing the true story. Now, let's take a look at some cities that are in the form of a star fort, because this is normal and easy to design major cities into star formations hundreds of years ago. Simple. Let's go all the way to Palmanova, Italy together and take a look at what they have to say for themselves. Okay, right off the bat. This city was created in 1593, mapped out to perfection for an aerial masterpiece. What is the point of giving us the sky view, since the plane wasn't invented for hundreds of years later?
Yep.
Oh, they used the latest and greatest military innovations to develop this design for their city. The types of guns that were being used look like this during this time period. But when it comes to insane star forts, let's just chalk it up to military expertise and move on. Mr. Vincenzo Scamozzi is credited as the architect for this star fort. Scamozzi? Really? Scam. Ozzy. I'll tell you one thing that's scamming us is this BS story they're trying to get away with. In 1622, it was supposedly in perfect condition, and nobody wanted to live there. Is this a joke? Guess who they gave free housing to? Poor Venice was forced to pardon all their criminals and give all of them free housing in this star fort city.
Wow.
Just giving away star fort cities. Come on down. Anyone who has committed a crime, you are not only freed from jail instantly, but you are given a palace in one of the world's most perfect architectural places.
That's interesting. I'm not gonna. Hopefully, you guys are starting to get the point.
Yeah.
The way my lunch break delivers this information is basically we stumbled upon, like everything else for the most part, we keep stumbling upon places like this. For example, these star forts, we just stumble upon it, right? And then we live where we live in proximity or even within these star forts.
Yeah, and there's so many of them that they have to like empty prisons in order to be able to repopulate them.
Yeah. Now, here's
they are
one
all over the world.
Yeah, here's one I didn't look at, but I was wondering, even Alcatraz, the Rock, is that a star fort? I didn't look at it. I didn't look on the outside of Alcatraz prison, but like I was thinking about it and I was like, these things look like prisons. So I'm wondering with how isolated the Rock is, Alcatraz, is that or was that even a star fort at one time?
Well, yes. I have never thought about it.
Yeah. And I mean, this is just, there is There is a one very close by to Alcatraz. Which one?
Yeah.
Which one? Crashes 82. What's happening? There's a one
Yeah.
close to Alcatraz. I don't know which one, so you're gonna have to hook me up. Dojo, what's happening, bro?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you, Vlad.
It's good to see you
Thanks for
too, man. And
hosting.
happy Thanksgiving. Not a problem, man. There are star cities. Yes. And that's what I want to get into. There are star cities, Sean Alki. And so, okay, without further ado, I guess you guys get what you guys are getting what what's his name is saying, my lunch break, right? And so what I wanted to bring you guys on here tonight was to share with you. And eventually I was going to share it with you. I just didn't know how to put it. But basically, I was inspired today by Lucius Aurelius. He's got a channel, and basically his bread and butter is talking about the old world as well. And so I wanted to show you guys some of what I saw when I was in California. Now, this isn't real pictures, but this is another map, right? And this is one of the maps that I looked at the Rumsey Library. But before I continue, how you doing, Dojo? What's going on, bro?
I'm doing good, alive and kicking. Every breath that we take is a win, so winning.
There we go,
But
man.
yeah, I guess I wanted to enter the chat because, like, yeah, this is a topic that I think relates to some of the things that I've been saying about how we are supposed to like organize the way that we live. And I think the star forts is like one indicator as to how we were supposed to set up our living environment. So that's one aspect that I would probably ask you to consider as we're exploring this topic.
A living environment. Okay. Okay, it's kind of like a Wakanda, kind of. Not making a joke about it either, but I'm saying you said a living environment. So something that we can naturally live within.
Yeah, our living environment. So, like I'm always trying to get people to imagine our life without supermarkets and without roads. So, whenever I go out into the society, I look at the roads and I look at the supermarket and I find myself saying, this is so unnatural.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have to go use money to buy food. But it seems like if I could control the way that I grow my own food, then maybe the Star Fort is an example of how our ancestors managed to live in such a fashion. And that's probably why they're trying to hide the secrets of the Star Forts as well, I think. But I can give you further explanations and details as to like why I think this, like if you want to finish with your presentation.
Sure, 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 sure. Totally, totally. And then, or even while I'm starting to show these pictures, if you want to jump in, so it can kind of, if you feel it's a good segue into what it is you're thinking, you understand what I'm saying as I'm showing these pictures. If that helps, by all means, cut me off and then do your thing. Is that cool?
Mm.
Yeah, sure.
Let's rock with it. I like it. Professor Phil, what's happening? It's good to see you, sir. You one of them didgeridoo playing, kangaroo hopping, dunkaroo eating, Vegemite smearing, them Aussies out there. What's going on though, Professor Phil? Real talk. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, my Australian. I've got some Aussies in here. I've got some Finns in here. We've got it all in here, man. Do we have any Kiwis in here? No Kiwis? No. Mm.
We don't have any kangaroos. We have bear and moose.
They got beer and moose and a lot of cold weather. Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay. Let's see. You missed. Okay. So I guess Math Powerland is on. There was those that had issues with Math Powerland that came on to Nachikita's show and gave me a hard time as well. I don't know who Math Powerland is, but apparently he's a flat earther. Okay, so it says TB says, Phil, can you help me understand? Globers say sunsets prove Earth is not flat, and simultaneously that the sun setting in Antarctica proves that the Earth is flat. That's a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
Jeez. These guys with their sunrises and sunsets. It is a tough one. That's a tough one. Roger Leadwell. That's incredible. Denver elevation. Okay. Secret of the Star, the Big Dipper. Okay. All right. So before. All right. Let me just get to it, man. I'm over here wasting everybody's time. I don't want to do that. Okay. So here we go. All right. I'm going to share that with y'all. Where is it at? Where are we? Here we go. Okay. Boom. All right. Nope. Present. There we go. Share that with y'all. Okay. So this is one of the many maps that I came across in California over at the David Rumsey Map Center, right? The Rumsey Map Center over in the Green Library in Stanford U. So this is a star fort. This is part of the star fort that is, guess where? Paris. All of Paris apparently is a star fort. Paris. If you don't know what I'm talking about, all of Paris, the whole place is a star fort. I couldn't believe my eyes. Let me continue. So here's Jardin du Luxembourg, the Garden of Luxembourg, right? Then you've got some places in here. If you guys either live in Paris or have lived in Paris, some of these places, the Sepulchre is in there. The Vaugirard is in there. Close by, you have what's that thing? The Pantheon is by there, and so some of these places you can't see it until, or say, Bourgogne. And these are places, if you've been to Paris, these are places that are familiar. Now, look, here it is. You look on the out. Can you guys see this?
Mm.
Here goes the outside. Sablonville. And this is what's highlighted. That is it right there. So it's like the great walls of the outside of Paris right here. See that? Separates it from, you see all this grass and stuff over here? It almost looks like this is like countryside out here. You understand?
Yeah.
And then you have rivers in here that apparently, look at what they did. They just blocked it off. This is something that was written in here. They just marked it out. They just marked it out. Conference or say.
But haven't they found in Paris, just in Paris, big buildings that are underneath the current city?
So they have catacombs. They have catacombs everywhere in Paris.
There are several floors building under the surface.
Say again?
Yeah, they have buildings that are several floors under the current city floor.
This looks like a gigantic photocopy, this right here, unless they highlighted all of this right here. Looks like they could have just highlighted this, and it could be like a fax or something, but this is all in black and white. Some folks say this is a boat. This looks like this is marked out. This right here is a boat.
Yeah.
And then within these rivers, you have things that look like boats, or you have things. You have individual objects in the water, right? And in the waterways. This is a boat. and it's got the smokestacks and everything, right?
Yeah.
Big riverboat.
Clearly a boat.
This thing, what is that? That is not a boat. Not a boat.
No.
There's a boat, and then there's not a boat. That is not a boat. But then this being, oh, good Lord have mercy. Let me go back. I'm sorry about that. Seeing that, that's the large part. And then, of course, we could zoom in, and then we may be able to spot places that we visited. Of course, here's Notre Dame, right? And one thing I noticed about a lot of these cathedrals, you know what? They managed to be some of the more prominent cathedrals and the older cathedrals happen to be like on top of water or right next to some body of water. You ever notice that? They're just like right next to the water, and I'm like, wow, this is weird. The cathedral-like structures, and Notre Dame, if there's a cathedral out there that's super famous, it's the Notre Dame joint. And if this is oriented in the proper fashion, Notre Dame is facing east. Its doors are facing east. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not oriented properly, but if this is oriented right, and I stood back and I took the picture face on, right? And it appeared to have been oriented in the right way. It's facing east. Okay, let's continue. Created, let's see. Nouveau plan created a few years. Okay, new illustrated plan of the city of Paris with a completed system of its fabric fortifications and detached forts. So listen to that, detached forts. So even though Paris is like in general a gigantic star fort, it's got some smaller subsequent forts on the outside of it too. And I'll show you that here in a second. It's crazy. It said it created a few years prior to the Haussmann's redevelopment plan for Paris, and only 2 years after a cholera outbreak that killed 20,000 people. This map. So you see, here's the thing. I'm going to stop myself real quick. All this stuff that My Lunch Break, I don't know if you guys really watch My Lunch Break. I watch him. I've been watching his episodes like every single day, right? Since I discovered him. This right here, it just killed 20,000 people. And I understand life goes on and times go on, but we have to remember these guys did have horse and buggy. They didn't have any power tools like that, putting things together, building things, shaping stone to be building everything with what they apparently must have been dealing with at the time. So you hear these stories in My Lunch Break, and so even though they give us the story, to hear it being read to you kind of makes it sound a little bit. Does that make any sense? It gives you time to think about what it is you're hearing as opposed to what it is you're reading. So let's continue. Outbreak that killed 20,000 people. This map captures the city plan at the advent of the reorganization of the city's grid and utilities. The outbreak drove a need to provide better sanitation and clean living conditions for the city, compelling Napoleon to undertake a massive public works program. So it's like an infrastructures bill. This map provided a useful framework for this reconstruction and highlighted iconic landmarks of the city slated for preservation. Wow. So it almost sounds as if they were like, hey, we're going to knock some of this stuff down, but we're going to keep some of this stuff. But at the same time, what it also says is, yeah, we're going to work on our infrastructure. But it also basically says, without saying it, that this stuff was already there. Says it without saying it. It was already there.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I took that picture. I didn't think about what it was I was seeing at the time, but I figured this would give me a quick short and skinny as to what this map, basically detailing the map the history behind why the map was made, so on and so forth, right? So I took that picture. I didn't look at it until today. And the thing that forced me to look at it was Lucius Aurelius's latest video. And like I said, if you're not familiar with them, I'm going to show you him here in a second. But I wanted to go over a couple more of these pictures. Let's continue. That's one of these outside star forts. Fort Dumont Valérien. See? Star fort.
Yeah.
Right there. That's one. Here are three. 1, 2, and 3. You see. Rue de Denis. Grand Rue, the big street.
Yeah, so those are outside of the city wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're outside. There goes more. Oh, that's the same. Those are the same two. I just had them zoomed in. Excuse me. Here goes another one. Fort D'Aubervilliers, or whatever. My French ain't all that. Y'all get it. Another one. Right there on the outside. Again. Another one. Saint Gervais. Fort de Romainville. And I don't know what that is down there. I think I might have taken a picture of it. There it is. With a complex system. Probably Nouveau Paris. I forget what it said. New something. New plan, maybe. I forget. Let's see. System complete with those fortifications, and the detached forts. So basically, these right here.
Yeah.
These small ones. Fort de Noisy. More. This is right outside Paris. Romanville. Fort de Rosny. Bagnolet. Look at that. Just all over the place. And so basically what it sounded like, if we go back, right? Let's go back and let's look at it again. We need to read it again. And it's basically saying exactly what their plan is. Okay, new illustrated plan of the city of Paris with complete system of its fortifications and detached forts. Fatou, 1850. Created a few years prior. Say again?
Quite late.
Yeah.
When it's 1850.
Yeah. 1850, but then you have people speculating that something may have happened. Something may have happened around the early 1800s before 1850 time frame. Something may have happened. Some reset or something similar to a reset. Or a lot of people may have lost land, lost their lives. Something happened in and around that time. Now, I could tell you 1835.
Interesting in that way that in early 1800, it was several things that happens all over the world that change our history.
At the 18, in and around when exactly?
Early 1800.
Right.
1830 to 1860, 70, something like that.
So you also had wars during that time. You had a real big war.
Yeah.
1812, War of 1812. Remember that song, 1812
yeah,
Overture?
Napoleon and everything.
Yeah, 1812 Overture. One of the most famous songs in the world. One of the most famous hits in the world. Basically details that war, how big it was. You had a lot of things being destroyed during that time.
And you had the civil war in the U.S.
Yeah.
1860.
Yeah.
So just about that time frame, there was big things going on all over the world.
Yep. You had the story. What's his name? The guy that talks about Darwinism. The theory of evolution came out at the end of the 1850s.
Yeah.
What's his name? What's his name?
Richard Dawkins, I think.
What's his name? No,
Richard Dawkins.
Charles Darwin.
Oh, Charles Darwin. Yeah.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins. He's still alive, I think. So Charles Darwin came out with the theory of evolution in 1859. Let me see. You had what's his name? Who's that financier? Steele, Carnegie. I think it might have been Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie was born in 1835. That's the claim, right? You had a lot of things happening, a lot of funky stuff that really doesn't make too much sense. Makes sense, but then it's like, did it really happen? Type thing. And then things that there's so many gaps. There's so much here, and then there's so much missing at the same time. And then you have this. And then let me read it one more time, just so it sticks. Created a few years prior to Haussmann's redevelopment plan of Paris, and only 2 years after a cholera outbreak that killed 20,000 people. This map captures the city plan at the advent of the reorganization of the city's grid and utilities. The outbreak drove a need to provide better sanitation and clean living conditions for the city, compelling Napoleon to undertake a massive public works program. This map provided a useful framework for this reconstruction, and highlighted iconic landmarks of the city slated for preservation. So then I guess, let's see. So then I guess the question then is, what is it that they removed? What was there before this map was made, and what was it that was removed?
Yeah, this is probably where I would come in and just say, hey, look, let's try to use some inversion on this, because what was there before?
Yeah.
So let's try to invert it, because they're giving us clues here. So let's invert it. So,
this gives more questions than answers.
Well, I'll just start here from created a few years prior. So if we invert that, it would be inverted to it was created thousands of years before. And then only 2 years after a cholera outbreak that killed 20,000 people, the inversion of that would be 20,000 people were living in prosperity. This map captures the city plan at the advent of the reorganization of the city's grid and utilities. So then the inversion of that would be something along the lines of, we had to implement the grid and utilities to hide what was truly here before.
Yeah.
Okay, pause for a second. Pause that for a second. With what you're saying, makes total sense. So now it appears as if with what you're saying, they're taking something that was once balanced and worked to something that's now, for whatever reason, I'm not claiming nefariousness or nefarious nature behind it, but they take something that was balanced and now they're making it out of balance.
It
Yes.
seems like that.
So yeah, it's practically bringing something, because when you look at the star fort, it looks like symmetrical, it looks beautiful, and it looks like something that would be, something that would be conducive to life. So they've just, reorganized it and, broken a few things here and there, and now it doesn't represent what it truly was before.
Okay. And I'll tell you what, just to kind of add a little bit more to it, perhaps the reason the star forts were designed like that, and to kind of go off of what you said, in that it is like a natural a natural way of living, a natural structure. It just flowed. It flowed right. It's like an ergonomic way of living, right? So maybe they had things situated in such a fashion that it just made sense. Like you can walk straight, grab a let's just say for all intents and purposes, because this is how we live, I can only put it in a manner in which we live, right? That would make sense to people that know how that are alive now. So imagine going to, all right, you're driving to work. What do you have to get? You have to get gas. On the way back, you have to get groceries. And so it lines up perfect that you drive past a mobile station, you get gas. And then you go to work, you hit work. You know you're going to come back. And then on the way back, in line with the gas station is Safeway, the grocery stores, or ShopRite, right? You get ShopRite on the way back. And then on the way back, like 3 miles from your house, you get a cup of coffee. You grab that, and then you're, the remaining 3 miles, you're back home. So it almost seems as if these star forts, not that that's exactly how they function. I'm not saying that, but their design makes sense. And it doesn't make sense for just one person, but it makes sense for everybody, which is why the symmetry and it's out and how it's laid out is so important.
Yes, and it was easy to navigate when
Yes.
everything was in straight lines.
Yes. And it's
Yeah,
not
and
just straight lines, but it's that if you look on the outside, um, on the at the beginning of the video, I don't know if you saw it, Dojo, but how they would show like a top down view, like a polar view of some of those star forts, and how each of the roads, the way they led inside the star forts, it just made sense.
Yeah.
It offered like a way in, a way out, alternate ways out, but
yeah,
everything was within reach, if that makes sense. I don't know. Go
they
ahead.
kind of centralize the aspect of community here. Because, like, you
Yes.
can imagine living in one of these places and then you walk out your door and you see your neighbors, your community right there. And,
Hmm.
like these days, especially in Australia, you walk outside, you can hardly see anybody. And then in order to like see the community, you have to go to like shopping centers, railway roads, and stuff like that.
Wait, really? Are you guys
Mhm.
that spread out?
Yeah, like we do have neighborhoods and there are houses side by side, but you can go like a whole month without seeing your neighbor because,
Get
you know,
out of here.
everybody is just like so busy working and doing their own thing,
What?
especially in Sydney. Like in Melbourne, it used to be a little bit different where like in Melbourne, people would still say hi to each other. But in Sydney, it's like, yeah, I got to go. I got to do my stuff. So,
What?
like, that's part of the reason why I have a problem with the way that we live. Because when I go back to Cambodia, I step outside and I see like thousands of people. And I'm like, hello, how's it going? This and that.
Right.
But yeah, the way that I see that the suburban life that is being orchestrated here in the West, like, is very demoralizing and depressing. And
Yeah.
Hmm.
then we're getting problems like mental anxiety, because we lack that human bond.
Yes.
Yeah. And
You know,
That's the reason I moved out from Helsinki 20 years ago.
from
I live now on
Helsinki.
yeah, I live now on countryside, and it's quite different living. We
Okay.
have in this town I live in called Somero, so little under 10,000 habitants, and I think I know most of them.
Hmm. That's crazy. Okay. Well, I that's the same with me. I went ahead and I moved out as well. I not moved out, but I moved away from the noise of the city, and I live in the middle of the woods, like right smack dab in the middle of the woods, away from everything and everybody. I've got
Yeah,
birds that are my neighbors that I feed, and I've got deer that are my friends that I kind of feed. I guess they eat my pumpkins all the time. So I guess I'm not trying to feed them, but they eat my pumpkins anytime I try to grow them. So there's that. But yeah, that's it. And so it's just peace of mind for me. Now Maria Walker brings up a really interesting point. So in case you guys need to know, I'm glad that I'm reading about this Karan Tepe, which instead of Gobekli Tepe, recently discovered. The whole mountain is a civilization, which, by the way, did the calculation going from Gobekli Tepe to the base of Mount Ararat. Do you know how far that is?
No.
333 miles.
There's that number again.
I crap you not. I moved. I was like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way in hell that's, but yeah, sure as hell it is, man. 333 miles from Gobekli Tepe to the base of Mount Ararat. That perhaps maybe Gobekli Tepe was put under what it is now, an underground city because of the flood. Who knows? It's within proximity of Mount Ararat, which the same could possibly be said about Karan Tepe, which I've never heard of this. And this is new to me as well.
It's funny how we stumble on those numbers all the time.
To which, you want to know something, Yika? We come across those numbers so much that I don't know if it's an evil thing, but maybe it's, like how you have this, like how you have the golden ratio, things like that, right? You have these golden ratios. You find them everywhere in nature, fingerprints, footprints, nautilus shells, everything, music. You find these golden ratios. Well, maybe perhaps the same could be said about these numbers like 33. For example, when you take a basketball and you drop it down 33 feet in water, its actual volume gets cut in half, going from the surface to 33 feet in water. This isn't just okay, I guess maybe you could say it's a number made up, but 33 of those units reduces the size to half the size. You know what I'm saying? So maybe there is something in those numbers that they're not letting us know.
I think what it speaks to is the confiscation of those numbers. So they confiscate it in order to demonize it. And as they demonize it, it keeps us away from like connecting the dots. So, there's a number 33. I'm not going to go look into it because it's demonic. Or the number 666 is demonic. I'm not going to go looking into it. But then when we really go looking into it, yeah, it does speak to the golden ratio and all these other things that are written into nature itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
When we look at it from that perspective, we get like it's no longer like a psychological operation on us. There's that number again, 33. It's more like we know that you know, and you know that we know, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. But as we know, they're like, all right, you guys know this. They know that we know, so they're like, all right, look this way instead of look for the truth.
Yes. And then we form a tacit agreement with them to say, hey, look, we recognize what you showed us, but,
God bless you.
Yeah, that gives them that.
Go ahead. It's also a bit of a dog whistle, isn't it? Like the Masons are hailing each other. Like we see the 33 kilometers here, but we also see the 22 smaller forts. So the 22 corresponds with the Hebrew alphabet and the amount of bones in the human skull. So they're always like tipping the hat to each other. The 33 bones of the vertebrae in the spine, and then the 22 bones in the skull.
I did not know that there were 33 vertebrae in the spine.
Yep. Encoded.
What?
Yeah, and then the 22 is always the shout out to what they call, or what I'm familiar with is Golgotha. The skull of the head is the cavern or the tomb that Jesus was sealed in.
Right. Well, Golgotha was like the mountain, the mountain that Jesus was crucified on, or something along those lines. Golgotha.
Right, Skull Mountain.
And he was that's crazy. And he was 33 apparently when he died. That's the claim.
Yeah.
There it is. There.
Wow, this is weird. Let's get back to these pictures once more. I don't want you guys missing out on time or nothing. So let me get back to it with y'all. Okay, outbreak drove a need. Napoleon. Okay. So yes, I like the inversion aspect. I think that's a good way to look at it, or to look at it with a new pair of eyes as opposed to directly. I like that. I definitely like that, Dojo. But again, there they go. Like clockwork. There they go. These things are there, right? And then you have, what do you have here? Okay, I guess these are like, this is part of a legend, perhaps. Okay, I'll have to look at that again, because I think these are like routes or streets or something like that. And they look to be in ABC order. Yeah. E4, E5. Okay, so it's split up into a coordinate system like any other normal map. Okay.
Mm.
Look at that. Carmelites. Yeah. Wow. Fort de Charenton. Look at that. This is almost like a perfect one. The Marne River. St. Maurice. Wow.
They kind of almost remind me of like snowflakes.
Yeah. Right,
Yeah,
right,
actually,
right,
yes.
right, right. And something about their shape that they want to keep that kind of consistency, right?
Yeah,
Whether they add extra nodes to it, boom, boom, boom. Because you've seen one with like a lot, but it's
Mhm.
almost as like, why the star shape is my thing.
I
What
think the
makes it
star
so
shape
perfect?
is like representative of the fractal nature of reality. Because
Okay.
to me, that's what the stars represent. It's kind of like a fractal. Because like when you
Or
look at snowflakes,
or
none
in
of
the
they're
shape
all
of a
unique.
human being, the head, arm, leg, maybe.
Yeah,
Per-
sign of
ah,
life.
yeah, sign of life.
Mm.
Okay. The fractal. Okay. Man, for bicenter, bi biset, bisetter, bisetter, Montrogue. But this one has four. Okay.
Yeah, which kind of like speaks to the connectedness that they have with life, like the sacredness of it all.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't necessarily build any of these things without, imbuing the structure with the sacredness that is life. Because
Yes.
I think they were in celebration of life, and where we're at is a demoralization of life. You know,
Mm.
like with
Mm.
all the technology, the phones, the computer, and everything,
Yep.
is not really natural
Right. And
to
we're
me,
so
anyway.
far, we're so separated from it. It's weird. It's weird. I was just talking with somebody about today about how now they're talking about like, oh, organic apples, organic pears. It's like, wait, why would you call it organic? It's already supposed to be organic. It's a redundancy that you've given it. It's like, hey, would you like a sip of wet water? Like, wait, what? What is already wet? What are you talking about? Would you like some hydrating water? Like instead of dehydrating water? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So they're giving us these things that they should have been in that natural state in the first place. Like, what have you done to these things to make them so outside of what their true nature is supposed to be? What have we come to? Back in the day when when I was younger, it was so much cheaper to buy real food, to buy
Mm.
clean food, right? As opposed to whatever's in the package. If you played sports or did any of those things, they would give you like, if to cool off, they'd give you a bottle of soda and a Gatorade. Here you go. And then you remember those commercials where they'd show you with a bottle of, a can of Tab soda. You'd be like, you'd hold it up to the sun, happy as hell, and then you'd rub the cold ass can across your forehead, take a sip, enjoy the crisp taste of Tab soda. And then you happy as hell, man, drinking that, just guzzling that soda down, man. You like, man, I could go for a soda to quench my thirst. Now, people in their right mind are like, I'd never drink a soda. What are you thinking drinking of soda thinking that you're going to quench your thirst? You just make it worse. You know what I'm saying? That's how crazy things are these days.
Yeah, because it was always lemonade and sweet tea was the way to go.
Yeah, right. Yup. Quench your thirst with a Coca-Cola. Like, damn. Here's more stuff right here. I don't know why I took. Okay, I think I knew why I took a picture of this. I was interested in how they set up. This isn't even a maze. See this down here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see. I guess people plant trees or whatever it is, shrubs, in such a manner. In some places, you wouldn't know unless you were in an airplane or in a balloon or something. But look at all these structures. And I thought this was interesting. And then, yeah, there's more of the Star Fort. Looks like a little bit more. Wait, no. This might be Venice, not Venice. This might be Austria. Or not, excuse me, not Austria, Vienna. I think Vienna's in Austria, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yes, I think this is Vienna right here. Vienna is set up the same way. This is crazy. Vienna set up the same way, apparently. So this is Berg Thor. Like, I thought this was interesting. I came across this as well. So Berg, I think, means mountain. And Thor, obviously, we know what Thor is or who Thor is. So Thor Mountain right here in Vienna, right? And this is part of the outside of their city, their little star fort right here. And Berg Thor looks like to be in the northern part. There it is. What's this say?
The old fort from 200-300 years ago was built in the same manner all over the world.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, it's
all
just
architects had the same pen.
Yeah, this is okay. Yep, this is Vienna. This is it. This is totally not French. And yeah, it's crazy how all of this is built. But it's not just relegated to just Europe, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Off them off. Jeez, this place looks so crowded.
Finland was ruled by Sweden for 500 years, and all the forts that are built under that time have the similar shape.
Oh, wow. And sweet. Wow.
We had little over 100 years Russian rules here before Finland got independent. So none of the Russian forts have that shape.
None of the Russian forts have this star shape.
No, but all the Swedish have.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I gotta take a look at that. That's strange. If that's the case, if that's truly the case, that's strange. If that is truly the case, that is strange. All right, look at this. Here's another one. Schotten Thor. Oaf or loaf. Schotten Thor. I just think it's interesting because it's called Thor. This is at least one thing that some element of this whole thing that we're familiar with is that name, right? Or we think we're familiar with.
So Thor is the god of thunder.
Yes.
And thunder is electricity.
Yes.
And then so maybe these points here could be like points of like energy production.
Yep. And you see how it's the outside right here, and it's like that. It's basically like a place of conduction, possibly, potentially. I don't know. I could be wrong. Just like you said. Berg Thor right here again. You see again, or it's close by. Another one of these right here.
Yeah, the whole vibe is that it looks very energetic, very
Yes.
much alive, you know, so.
Yes. See if we come across a couple more of them.
Yeah, it's only been a little over 100 years. Are many of these structures still extant? Are they still standing in these cities?
You know, a lot of the walls may still be around. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with St. Louis. St. Louis has walls around it. St. Louis has like gates around it, like walls around it. You understand? Like St. Louis is old. St. Louis, Missouri is an old world. It's got old everything there. St. Louis is one of those strange places, and it's like set up the same way, like this. I don't know if it's Star Fort shaped St. Louis, but I know it's covered in walls. You know? And though on the inside it looks like a New York City, it looks super city-like, it's relatively small in comparison to New York. Dojo, what you got here?
Yeah, these structures, they're still standing here. I've got this one video of this like Star Fort structure that is like HD
Okay.
quality. Yeah.
Let me see if I could find any more craziness here, and then I'll put that video on. Give me 1 second, please. Dieberg. Okay. St. Stephen. Orion Roberts, what's going on, family? It was from ancient Egypt. How do we know? How sure are you that this was from ancient Egypt? How sure are you?
We
That's
can't
the
say
thing.
for certain.
Say again?
We can't say for certain, but I think Egypt has a lot to do with it. There's a connection
Yeah.
point there somewhere.
Sure, if there's a connection, that's for sure. But it's origin. How do we know it's from those places that people claim? How do we know? Like, see, and this is why we need to, like, we have to get rid of our. I wouldn't even. It's hard to say where to begin. It's hard to say because seeing that we've been lied to about so much stuff, like we can't. It's hard to go back to the old stuff that we knew, because we don't want to take faulty information and mix it in with good discovery. You understand? So I wouldn't know how to go about doing that, but definitely one of the questions we need to ask each other is how sure are we that these things originated from what they told us that they originated from? How do we know?
I don't think we'll ever get the complete answer to that until the controllers actually tell us. So yeah, the best we can do is just to like figure out what their function was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, but if we're waiting for them to tell us, they can tell us till they're blue in the face. But can we really trust it? They've been lying to us the whole other time, you know?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to tell us anyway. So
Yeah.
we're going to have to work it out for ourselves to the best of our ability, you know?
Yep. Totally. Guys, I'm going to give me a 3-minute break if you don't mind. My parents are calling. They're probably very upset with me right now. It doesn't surprise me. My parents are always mad at me. So please give me a little bit. I will be right back after these messages. Guys, give me 5-minute break. It's 1:25 right now. I'll be back at around 1:30. Give me a sec, y'all.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Are we holding down the fort? No.
Sure, go ahead. Hold them down. I'll be right back after these messages.
Yeah, I wanted to hear a little more about what you were talking about, Dojo. Are you still here, Dojo?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh yeah, about the community style of living. We have some really clear examples of that here in China. Like I posted a link to the Fujian Tulos in the private chat, which shows these round multi-story buildings that were built in order to withstand earthquakes, but all of their doors face each other, you know, so you could see a good example of it or something similar in the movie Kung Fu Hustle.
Yeah, I think you even saw it in the latest live version of like Mulan, where she was living.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen that one. I should check that out then.
Yeah, I guess like each geographic area may have had their own version of the community style living, but the Star Fort looks like the best. Well, not the best, but like the most beautiful, delightful, so to speak.
It does look like a clear example of it. I think that's one of the great divides in the Western mind and the Eastern mind too, is that it seems that for a longer period of time, like Westerners have been hyper individualizing and living in more single family type dwellings, or maybe multiple generation type dwellings, or at least that's what we've been led to believe. But yeah, it definitely takes taking community out of the equation, isolating people, really takes a lot of the people power away from us.
Yeah, like what I see in the West is this like the individualistic mindset. Like it does have its like virtues, but in some respects it also was, I think, purposely popularized in the West in order to make people a little bit more selfish. And so the sense of community is not really there anymore, as we all go looking for our unique identity versus like having a group identity.
Right. And like the founding of the United States as a country was, you know, like the tavern was one of the instrumental things on that. Like the British still have their pub, and the Irish have their pub, their public house, where they'll go down to fellowship with music and drinks and have some food and stuff, and even the kids can come in. Whereas in the US, and I think you said you're in Australia, they've set up these suburbs to be extremely individualized, like very isolated, and it cuts everyone off from each other, and there's no real sense of community. I have a sister, for example, who lives in Southern California in a gated community, and she never talks to any of her neighbors. Like you were saying, you know, you don't have any connection to anyone around you. It's not, I don't think it's good. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, I think it's very depressing. Like we don't see people that like belong in our lives, or we can't connect with them. I think that creates a schism within our psyche. And like the way that the modern society is set up in the West is that everybody dreams of owning their own home, and then once they own their own home, it's kind of like very individualized, and the community aspect of it is no longer there. Yeah, throw in money, economics, and the need to like, you know, make money to actually buy food now, you know. So yeah, that's why I'm thinking that this Star Fort topic is very interesting, because I think this is one of the keys to like hopefully maybe reversing some of the demoralization that the so-called controllers are putting on us.
Yeah, and that's one of the huge aspects of control. Folks work their entire lives just to pay for this home that they need to live in, you know, and then they don't have time to do much else of anything.
Nope. You know, 8 to 12 hours of giving our lives to like sales, accounting, marketing, for what? For what, really?
True. Y'all keep going. What did I miss on you guys' from you guys' little talk right there? What I miss? I'm getting rid of mine so I could show yours, Dojo, but go ahead first. Speak to me.
We were just talking about the individualistic nature of living in the West, where the American dream is to like buy your own home, and then buying your own home makes you an individual now, because that's yours. It's not part of the community.
Right.
Yeah, and then so We're just
But you,
relating it to the star forms.
Modern city living is not natural for humans.
yeah,
The,
modern city living not natural for us. Tell me
no.
a little bit more about why you think that. I'm curious.
Well, because now when I have lived 20 years on the countryside, and I know almost everybody here in this little town.
Okay.
So I can talk with anybody and go and take a cup of coffee in the village and talk with whoever, even strangers, and everything's fine. But in the Helsinki, I didn't know the neighbor in the same house that I lived in.
Sorry about that, Maria Walker. The music is off now. I apologize. If the music was too loud, the next time I do that, I will make sure it is elevator music tone. I promise. And I apologize if the music was too loud, y'all.
That's
But
okay.
okay. But let me ask you. You've lived. I'm going to make the assumption that you've lived in Finland your whole life, right, Ika?
Yeah, no, almost.
Where else have you lived other than Finland?
Sweden and with my father shorter periods in US when I was
Okay.
younger.
Okay. So the way it works is it's like on a gigantic island looking thing. And then it's
Yeah,
Finland. Next to Finland is Sweden. And Sweden sits like in the middle. And on the eastern part of that island is Norway. Correct?
yes, yes.
Okay.
No, Norway's on the west side.
Yeah, oh, I mean on the western side, and Finland is on the eastern side. Excuse me.
Hmm.
Excuse me. I was just
Yes, we
excuse me.
are
That's what I meant. Yes.
next to
And
Russia.
okay, next to Russia. So then you bounce between Finland and Sweden. Um, what's the temperature like? And do you think the that's a little bit of a rhetorical question. Do you think that the temperature had an impact on how it was that you interacted with your neighbors?
Probably not, because when
No.
I was living here on the countryside now, we have actually we have colder than in Helsinki, so we interact more with people here.
In the colder part of the world.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Hmm.
We just take more clothes on on and then go outside.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so I'm gonna. I know this is a dumb question, but when does it normally start snowing around where it is you live?
Um, Usually in this month.
November.
Here it
Okay.
starts. Yeah, here it starts last week, Wednesday, like I told you earlier.
Oh, okay. When does it stop snowing usually? Like stop. Like I don't know. Like what?
Okay, that's the harder part. It's fourth, fifth, or sixth month. It
Okay.
depends. We
What's
have had
usually
snow in middle of the summer also sometimes.
okay? So then what's usually the layout of where it is you live? How is it that how do you guys typically live, right? For example, in the United States, we could say an average person lives in either an apartment building, right? So it's like a bunch of people living in a huge building,
Yeah,
or they would live in a condominium, right? Like a duplex or something, a house that could be split into four families on either side total, or it could be two families to total in one condominium, two families.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
that similar to how you guys live in Finland, where
Nowadays
you
we
are?
are living in single houses here on countryside, and
Okay,
and in Helsinki we lived in apartment.
okay.
And yeah,
Helsinki
I
single.
didn't know the neighbor in the same staircase.
Okay, And dang, okay. So then do you guys have and the reason I'm asking is because in some places I know like in Africa and the West Indies, they don't have a continuous stream of power going to the neighborhoods that they live in. So do you guys have continuous power like 24 hours a day where it is you live? Like you guys have
Most of the time.
okay, when
Yeah.
don't you have
Then
power?
when it's heavy snowfall or something, big storms or
Okay.
something like that, then we have a power grid down.
Okay, well, we get that. We get that where I live here. Like if it's a bad enough storm, like we'll lose power. Our I'm
Yeah.
not even gonna call it a neighborhood because my next neighbor is like 800 meters away. So
Yeah.
it's more like the area in which we live, the 15 houses, that little, I guess that area. If a tree falls on a wire, all houses go down.
Yeah.
All
Yeah. It's
houses.
similar here.
Okay. Okay, so it's almost like a single point of failure type thing. There's no redundancy measures really where we live. They're working on that. So do you have a type of redundancy measure to fix that issue?
Yeah. Yeah. We have.
I would imagine generators.
Right.
Yeah, generator it was, yes.
So then do
So
you
I
guys have so then do you guys like burn wood? Is that because
mm,
here's the thing. The reason I'm asking these questions, I've never been to a Finland. I've never been to a
yeah,
Norway. I've never been to a Sweden. So I don't understand how that part of the world truly lives. And I'm not trying to make it sound like you guys like live in caves or anything like that. Not making it sound like that. But it sounds like it could get so cold over there, and me, a person that hates the cold, I'm like, I'm not trying to figure any of that craziness out during the wrong times of the year. So I'd
yeah,
like to see how it is you get along with those people that you live around during the roughest parts of the year. How you
yeah.
guys make it through those winters.
Generators and wood.
Okay.
That's the key word.
So then I know you guys come up with creative ways on staying warm.
Mm.
What name like 3 ways, creative ways. Nothing
Uh,
nasty either, please.
no, no nasty, no nasty things. I'm single,
Yeah.
but we are living. My son and his family are living in the same house that I am.
Okay,
So
good,
we
good.
are several generations. The youngest is youngest girl is 8 months now.
Okay.
So that's just a wood and we have electricity warmer, but of course when grid is down we don't have it. So it's wood.
Okay. Do you have a
Yeah,
stove or is it a fireplace?
yeah, gas stove.
Gas stove. Okay.
So it's
Okay.
working even if the grid is down.
Okay. And how long before it gets back up usually?
Uh, It depends if from few minutes to few days.
Few
Longest was
days.
2 weeks.
Oh my God. By that time, it was summertime. By the time they
Nope,
got power back, they were
nope.
like, "Hey, man."
It was big storm in January for 4 years ago.
Oh, dang.
Half of Finland was dark. Then we
Jeez.
have oil lamps and battery, what you call it, torch
Okay. Okay. So
and
then
candles, of course.
do people share generators or anything like that? Do you have your own generator?
I have my own generator, but it
Jeez.
happens that we share too.
Hmm. Okay. Now that's interesting. That's absolutely interesting. Oof. I'll tell you what, man, living in those regions, you have to be very, very hardy and you got to be ready for it because
You
that
know,
is not an easy life.
you can't do anything about the weather, so you just adapt.
So you
That's
what?
the way.
Yeah, I would imagine plan A, plan B, plan C, plan E.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Plan Z5. I'd
Plan
have
C
to have
is the
all the plans
Koskenkorva.
they want. Say again, I'm
Plan C
sorry.
is Plan C is Koskenkorva vodka.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I figured
that
drinking
that
is
that keep your soul warm.
okay. Yeah, a little bit of brandy, a shot of brandy. They,
Yeah,
it's like kind of like in those Looney Tune cartoons where they show the Saint Bernard walking around, and he's got the
yeah,
big barrel on his chest with the
yeah,
brandy in it.
yeah. I have big bottle in my back pocket.
All right. Yeah. All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to add to the stage Dojo's video. Dojo, do you mind explaining to us?
I was just speaking to Frank's point, like, are these structures still around? And it would seem that they're still around. So yeah, I've got a collection of like Star Fort videos and images that I have on hand.
Well, let's see
So
them
this is
though.
one of them.
Yeah. And do you know where these star forts are exactly? And these are not AI generated or some CGI or nothing like that, correct?
Yeah, correct. I don't know where they are, but I just collected them because yeah, I found them to be so appealing. So
Right.
yeah, they're littered all over the place.
Yeah.
And then you're right, like they're surrounded by water, and I think water is kind of like the substance of life. And then so yeah, they would like be close to water to sustain themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would imagine that they're all over the place.
Yeah.
And possibly limestone aquifers, right, for generating electricity.
Limestone aquifers. Okay. What made you say that? Tell me.
Well, the water typically in relation to the limestone aquifer that produces electricity, like free geoelectric energy.
Okay. Do you know anybody that's currently doing that, or at least playing with the principle, or talking about it, or anything like that? I'm curious.
Yeah, there's a new micro technology. You can, like, any place where you have a decent water base, you can go in and install these. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but I've done a little bit of looking into it. And you can install the receptors straight into the earth and then just gather the electrical current right off of the aquifer.
Jeez. Now, I could be wrong, but I've heard, and I'm sure maybe you guys have too, and you could just add on to what it is that I've heard. But they figured out some way in which these underwater rivers, so it could be similar to the aquifers that you're referring to, Frank. These underwater rivers that run generate an electric, they generate some kind of electric field. So it is like a current. So it does, so some of these things to some degree function like like the flow of current would through a conductor, generating an electric field to some degree. Does that sound familiar? Yes. Or does that
Yeah.
not sound familiar? No.
Well, like what I will say about free energy is that you'll get more trouble by the controllers for like exposing free energy. They'll do anything to stop the information getting out on how to do it. So I think there
Yeah.
have been more people killed in regards to, exposing free energy. Like, I
Yep.
think there was this one guy who invented a car that ran on water, and he was pretty much killed off. And yeah, like you can sell drugs or do whatever, and they won't touch you. But as soon as you tell them about free energy, no, we can't have that. So
Now, Maria Walker is saying lime is made from bones, isn't it? Okay, this is interesting. Dr. Bay says, I think it was a trip. Golden Gate Bridge was built in 1933. Okay, I got to check into that too. That's wild. Brick, not limestone. So brick, not limestone. Both of which sound interesting. Or is that lie? Not limestone, lie. Okay.
interesting.
Lie and not limestone. Well, they have waterways cut into the design. Seems it is, though it's definitely meant to be utilizing water in some way, which is interesting. And it goes back to what you said, Dojo. It's almost as if these star forts aren't built by but it's almost as if maybe they put a sound in the water and then the star fort builds itself. I don't know how else to put it, because how do you design something like that? And maybe I'm using my not even an engineering mind, but how I know how to build things is you take stuff and you put it together based off of a schematic. But these schematics are given by people, right?
Yeah,
People that give you the best way and how to move something, or the best way in which to build something. And people aren't always right. But these star forts look damn near perfect, and they look right, and they look natural. And we've seen the whole test where people put the the super thin metal plate, they put a frequency on it with dust on it, a sand on it, and then it makes this geo pattern, right? Similar,
yeah,
some of these things similar to what a star fort might look like. So this is why I'm wondering if there's some kind of relationship between sound, water, and how these things come out and how these things are shaped.
absolutely. We had just on Riku's live a few days ago big discussion of different sounds to us and to water. And okay, people are 75-80% water, so every sounds affect us,
Right.
some better
Agree.
and some worse.
Yeah, I think we probably could have been like living longer with, unlimited energy and cymatics and everything.
Yeah,
So, living longer, being more youthful and stuff. Like, I think this is kind of like what it reveals as well.
that's
But yeah,
something with sounds that I have just discovered this winter, uh, this fall actually. I have been listening to 432 hertz every evening before I sleep, and I sleep much better than before.
Okay.
440, that is in every music nowadays, that came after the World War II, and that's
Right.
destructive
A
sound.
destructive frequency, and then they say
Yeah,
432 is the right one.
it's the natural, it's the earth.
The earth tone, which is funny because
Yeah,
4 plus 3 is 7, plus 2 is 9, and the number 9, which is actually my lucky number, believe it or not, the number 9, and it's also my earth life, my life, my life path number, numerology. But 9 is said to be like the number of the teacher or something like that. 9 is said to be the number of like the priest. That's what
Yeah,
they say. That's the claim.
it's the
yeah.
hermit card in the tarot.
That's okay. The hermit card. And what does the hermit card entail? Because I don't know.
It's like an older achieved sage, like a wise man standing at the top of a hill or cliff, and he's holding a lantern, which is like the light of enlightenment, and so he's guiding people on the path up to a higher point.
Okay. The hermit card. Okay. In tarot. Number 9. Okay. I like that. I'd like to put myself in league with that guy, but I'm probably like the guy with his foot upside down, caught hung upside down. That's probably me right there. The
The hanged
fool or
man.
something like that. I do my
Riku
best.
just put a big list on his
Uh
Telegram page
huh.
about different sounds that are healing.
Different
It's a big
sounds that are
list.
healing.
There are several pages.
Okay. Speaking of healing sounds, here in the next few weeks, guys, I don't know if you guys are familiar with her, but I had a guest on by the name of Holly Cave. Holly Cave. She's the wife of a good buddy of mine. We were sailors together on my first ship. Amazing dude. And what she does, she's very knowledgeable in frequencies and the Rife machine. So we're going to have her on here in the next few weeks, and she's going to be part of our Health is Wealth segment. And I think this is something that everybody could be benefiting from. Definitely something that we won't want to miss. So we're going to have Holly Cave on. And a lot of what she deals with is these frequencies that you guys are talking about, right? and these are healing frequencies, and all she deals with is healing frequencies. If you guys don't know about Royal Rife, I'm sure they have some stuff on.
Yeah,
They definitely have stuff on Rumble about Royal Rife, and this is what she involves herself in big time. Holly Cave. So we're gonna have her on here. And yeah, go ahead. What were you saying, Yika? You were saying something about it. Go ahead.
yeah. I haven't studied so much yet. I'm just starting, but it's very interesting subject about these frequencies.
Right.
You can
Okay.
you can heal almost everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Frank, did you have something? Did you have something you were going to add on to there?
No, I didn't have anything.
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted to swing around back to Dojo's one of Dojo's points about
Yeah.
if you come up with ways to harvest energy, the controllers are really against this, and it takes into consideration all of the other things too, like even when you're engaged in harvesting your own food. We used to have like victory gardens and stuff in our yards, and nowadays like it's very difficult, especially in like suburbs and cities, to grow anything without getting a fine or a violation of some kind.
Right.
But
Right.
Yeah,
Now, this is something that I'd mentioned few times on the show, where when I lived in Hawaii, and if anybody's lived in one of those, tropical places, Hawaii, the Fiji Islands, anything like that, Guam, they're similar, right? In that you could drop seeds on the ground, you come back the next day, and then you got a whole, Lord knows what, you've got a whole forest worth of food. It's easy to grow stuff in Hawaii. Now, they started making it, this was around 2015, 2014, 2016 timeframe. They were making it illegal to grow your own food in Hawaii. And it appeared as if Monsanto was behind it. Now, when I lived in Hawaii, they had the Dole plantation, and then guess what was right next to the Dole plantation? It was a whole bunch of land that Monsanto owned, a whole bunch of it. And this is on the island where food grows in abundance. So if you've never been to Hawaii and you've seen that show Fantasy Island, that's kind of like much of the North Shore of Hawaii. That's what it's like. And then you could be driving on the street, driving on the road, and then people are growing mangoes, and then they'll let you take mangoes out of a tree and just eat it, right? People are growing breadfruit in the street, mangoes, all kinds of stuff, lychee vines all over the place, depending on where you live. You know, you could find this stuff everywhere, and just people like Monsanto and stuff getting a hold of it is just an absolute trip. So much to what you're saying, Frank. Like it's wild. It's real. In a
yeah,
tropical place like that, they're saying no.
yeah, it seems to be like one of their greatest forms of control. Hawaii, I've heard, that has the best soil on earth for growing things. And then just the entire greater United States, as they went through and cut down all of the old growth trees and then killed off all the buffalo. And it's like any readily available food sources just have to be eliminated so they can have greater control over that.
Yep. Yep. And it's a crappy place. Even though Hawaii is like far removed from the continental United States, like they still managed to get their grubby fingers in there and just make this place like no different than what you can expect here in the continent, the U.S. continent.
Yeah,
It's wild.
that same group, those seed manufacturers. I was in West Tennessee for a while, and the farmers who embraced it and were using those genetically modified seeds, they were getting a lot of subsidies and additional money. But then, if any of that blew into neighboring farmlands and it had the genetic code of Monsanto, then they could sue you and put you out of business because they were claiming that you're using their product.
That's
That's
right.
absurd.
You heard about this too, huh, Dojo?
Yeah, it's absurd. Like you're suing me, I
Yeah.
should be suing you.
Yep.
It's like
Yep.
what's going on here?
Yeah, they have the backing of the government, Monsanto. Monsanto does. And one of the things that they did was these guys are just tricky and just evil. So they went to Haiti, and this is shortly after Haiti's earthquake in 2010. And then they went ahead, check this out, and they paid the Haitian farmers who are doing a good living by selling rice and everything else, and that's one of the big crops in Haiti is rice. They went to the Haitian farmers and they said, "Hey, we will pay you to grow your rice with this batch that we're going to give you." It was like a batch of seeds that they gave the Haitian farmers. They're like, "We will pay you this much for this long if you grow this kind of rice." What do you think happened? Yeah. So the Haitian farmers went ahead and, so not all of them, but some of them, right, that agreed to take the payment and grow this particular rice. So what they did was they yielded like 2 batches of rice with what they were given by this entity, which is Monsanto, right? They yielded 2 batches of rice. Then once their third yield was supposed to return something, they couldn't yield no more rice. What do you think they had to do? They had to go back to that group of people that gave them the original batch of rice and that payment, and they had to buy more seeds from them because now they ran out of the means to produce their own rice with seeds that were basically the gifts that kept on giving.
Right.
So they
Yeah, they
trapped them.
just destroy the heirloom seeds.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. The heirloom seeds. Yep. Yep. That was real time. That was crazy how that was real time. And it was documented and everything.
Yeah, they always claim that if you have control of the money, then you can control a society. But really, it's the means of production before that. Even if you control the food source, then you control them. Because if everybody's fed, then money doesn't really matter that much.
That's right. As long as you can eat. If you're living in Finland, you got a few jackets on and some socks because it's cold as hell.
The OG lumberjacks up there.
Shoot, yep. Okay, Dojo, I got you, brother. Yeah, those guys are OG, but it's still cold as hell, man. I do not like the cold. I can't hang like that. From what I've heard, Hawaii is actually kind of a crappy place to live. And you almost got me with the cusses. I haven't cussed yet, y'all. I said a double, dollar sign. That I did say a double dollar sign, but outside of that, I've been good, y'all. You guys got to give me some props. YouTube is gonna
Go
find
the algorithm.
Yeah, YouTube is gonna flag this thing anyway. It don't matter. You know how it is, man.
Maybe.
From what I've heard, Hawaii is actually a crappy place to live. The landscape is nice, but that's just about everything else sounds like it's crap. Hawaii's not that bad if you can live there. It's expensive. It is expensive, but it is a gorgeous place. The air is amazing. The food is amazing. It's off the chain. And here's the thing, it's got a huge homeless population, right? Because the homeless have gotten wise. Why would you want to be homeless in Chicago or New York City when you could be homeless in Hawaii, right? And so it grew. The homeless population actually grew in Hawaii to where they ended up with tent city. So if you've lived in Oregon, right, Portland, if you've lived in places like Seattle and you're familiar with seeing the tent cities, well, Hawaii's got LA. Hawaii's got a huge tent city population. And the government has gone out their way to try and get rid of it. I don't know how they've done so far, but yeah, it's a little bit wild. It is. But it's still a beautiful place, man. Hawaii is amazing. Have you ever been there, Dojo?
No, the furthest I've ever been is like Southeast Asia, and that's about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Living in those places, I shouldn't need nothing else but my Harley and a tent.
Yeah. Harley tent and a little bit of money to, live, I guess, other ways if you need to. But yeah, the fruit is so abundant. Like it grows wild everywhere. It just does. It does. The fruit is everywhere in Hawaii.
I think if I go somewhere, I go to Mexico where Riku lives.
Yeah. Riku seems to be living a good life. Shameful acts, people thinking their God needs to be fixed. Yeah, same as Southern California. Yeah. Frank Monday. Yep. He knows. Homeless folks, yeah, they love the weather. Yeah, that's the thing is, I said if I ever happen to be falling off on my luck and having to live and be homeless, like I'd be in Miami. I'd be in Miami. I'd be in yeah, someplace hot. I can't do this cold thing.
True that.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, Doge. Yeah, drop us a link, brother. And yeah, send us that Starfort stuff, man, if you don't mind. I would love to see that again.
Yeah, okay. The best way to contact me is through Telegram.
Okay.
I'll just give you the link to my channel on Telegram, and you can contact me that way.
Okay. Yeah, put it in the private chat. Then we'll hit you up.
Yeah. Just give me a second.
You got it. Spent 3 years in Miami, not too hot for you. Now Hawaii. Okay, Zach Sullivan. Wait, I don't know if are you in Hawaii, Zach Sullivan, or are you in Illinois? Illinois, excuse me. All right, got you.
Yeah, I'm with Vlad on the cold weather, man. I don't play nice with the cold weather, but it is cold here, man. Right now, it's really cold.
Nobody
Yep.
likes cold.
Yep. Nobody does, man. I can't do it, brother.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't. Let's see what we got here. Sorry, y'all, that I'm over there just losing it right now. I apologize. Now, pulling a 5-hour stream. Yeah, T. Smith, man, we going hard in the paint, brother. We going hard in the paint. We are. What time is it now? It's 2:02. Yeah. We doing it big. We doing it big tonight. Why not, right? You like the cold? Bro, you better than me, man. You better than me. Like I said, I did that survival school, SEER school, and it was in Kittery, Maine. It was in Maine, and it was so cold that all I could think about was, I don't know what I did wrong in this life, but I should have listened to my parents. I don't know. All I could think about was, why didn't I just listen? That, and I was so hungry because we were out doing this survival bit, right? We had to go out and survive and everything else like that. I got to a point where I was so hungry that I sat there and I was reminiscing about a plate of macaroni that I threw away in 1986 that my grandmother made for me. And all I could think was, damn, that was some of the best macaroni I had. Maybe if I ate it back then, I wouldn't be hungry right now. That's how poor my logic was. That's how hungry I was. And then I said, you know what? I vowed to myself that I would never, ever go hungry like that or cold like that again. So in the back of my car, I've got an extra pair of socks, a turtleneck, and sweats, and a few candy bars and just stuff to just munch on, just in case. Emergency stuff. Using Kittery in July. In July, oh, it's probably cold in July too. Maine is just cold. Maine is just cold. Yeah, exactly. I was in that bargaining stage. I was like, man, what did I do wrong? And I was like, I can't tell my parents this because they'll be like, see, we told you. That's what happens when you don't listen. And that's all I was thinking. I was like, well, I should have just listened, man. I wouldn't be out here in the cold in Maine for no reason. It doesn't make no sense. But Dojo, yeah, I got you. I don't know if you saw me on the link right there, but I jumped in.
Yeah, I saw it there. But yeah, I might have to go soon. But I just wanted to give out a few points before I go, because this
go ahead, brother.
topic of like the star forts is just something that I've been ruminating inside my head for a while. Okay. And it has to do with like land. Because under the current system that we're in, we're the property. Every time we have a birth certificate, each and every human is the property. And we're the property because we pay the taxes, which makes us their property. Okay, and then so one of the interesting facts that Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm listening. Please.
Okay, and then, one of the interesting facts that I've been like uncovering is I asked ChatGPT this question, right? So the question is, how much arable land is there in the world? And ChatGPT gave me an answer. And then so I said to ChatGPT, divide that by 8 billion people. And that works out to be 2,300 square meters per person. 2,300 square
Square
meters per
meters?
person. Yeah, so that's 6,900 to 6,900 square feet per person. Okay, so we're
Wow.
always talking about I can self-sustain myself on like 1,000 square meters, right? But
1,600 square
the
feet.
the arable land is land that we can produce
You
food
can
from.
grow stuff on, right? And then your animals can graze on as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as well. And then so what the star forts represent to me is that our ancestors, upon birth, gave each of us a certificate of sovereignty, not a birth certificate, a certificate of sovereignty that would entitle us to the land that is allocated or apportioned to us. And then so what they did with these certificates is that they formed a community and a cooperative. And then they said, like, 2,300 square meters, bit too much for me. And I could manage this land way better if my brothers and my sisters helped me out. And then so what they did is they brought the certificates together and they said, hey, look, we're going to form a star fort here. And the star fort will be the community, the place where we go to the club and the disco and dance and resonate and induce these frequencies to help us live longer. And then on the outside of that fort, they would have all their agricultural land.
Kind of like what we saw, just like what we saw, just like what we were just looking at.
Yeah. And then so there was no system of land ownership because, like in Australia or anywhere in the world, like one person can own like 1,000 lots. That's immoral. It's very immoral. When you see people sleeping out on the street homeless, yeah, every time I go out into Cabramatta, which is where I'm from, and I see
Right.
somebody homeless on the street, it's like, nah, this is not on, man. Like, I got a home. I can't invite you to my place. I would, but like, I'm not going to blame myself. I'm not going to blame anybody else. I'm just going to blame the government. I'm going to blame our leaders here. You failed because the system that you gave us means that I got to go to the supermarket just to get my food. When if you give me my certificate, I'm going to give it to my brothers and my sisters, and we're going to like build a star fort, MF, and we're going to live a more natural life.
Let the records let the record show that MF means Monday through Friday, guys. Monday through Friday, or Monday Frank. It's Frank Monday's name in reverse.
Frank Monday, Frank.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's interesting that they say everything is good in Finland, but we have almost 10,000 homeless people here too.
Get out of here. In Finland,
Yes.
homeless people on the street.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh hell.
Even
no.
in winter.
Oh hell no. What do you do? You got to be crazy. You got to be crazy. You got to be out of your mind to be homeless over there.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's
There-
no
there
way.
are- okay, some of them are users of different substances, but many are not, and they are homeless without their own fault.
Oh. Nope. Nope. It ain't happening. I couldn't do it. Cold like that, I'd be
Yeah.
like, yo, yeah, I'm gonna have to work at McDonald's or something like that, man. I
We
can't
have
do that.
minus
No.
30 is the worst that we have on winters. Even a little bit colder, 35 Celsius.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'd be a stowaway, be like, look, send me to Haiti, send me to Acapulco, something.
Yeah.
Send me somewhere. Send me to one of them African countries where they're fighting. Be like, look, I'll go there. It's nice and
Yeah.
hot.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
be
nicer to
okay
fight
over
when
there.
it's warm.
Yeah, exactly. Send me to one of those places where it's hot on the battlefield, man.
Yeah.
Wow. But I
Give me-
mean,
Give me AK-47 and some.
but you know what's interesting is wow. Now there's a channel I don't know if you guys are familiar with, but based off of what you said with sovereignty and everything else, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post it in here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. We kind of did a campaign to get his channel up to speed again. It's PJ Cruikshank. So there it is right there, PJ Cruikshank. He should be going live here in the next 6 hours. And you'll know PJ by the cigarette that he holds and his UK accent. Good brother. He's a good brother of ours, PJ Cruikshank. And actually, PJ Cruikshank, if you don't know, he, or I think some of his kin, might have been around in the early or in the mid 1800s that helped design the program for the World's Fair in the United Kingdom in Britain. His name was George, I think it was George Cruikshank. And George Cruikshank was a cartoonist. And so he was like I don't know, name a cartoon, like Jim Schultz. Jim Schultz, the creator of Peanuts, right? He was like the Jim Schultz of his time, where he drew like satirical cartoons. And like everybody loved his stuff. So if you look up George Cruikshank, probably the, close, some kind of relation to PJ Cruikshank. Oh, there we go. Oh, man, look, T. Smith, listen, I don't know if I could do an impression of PJ Cruikshank. Like, I don't have him yet. But if I was around him a little bit, I probably could get him. Yeah, so check out PJ Cruikshank. And so lately, some of his series, what he's been talking about is, I think it's along the lines of Hello to My Straw Man. So much of what it is you're talking about, Dojo, he's talking about like now. This is like the hot topic now, right? And so it talks about the sovereignties and everything else. And let me double down on this because I mentioned it on his show. He was talking, they were talking about certain terms that you say when you get pulled over by the cop, other things that you don't say. Terms of agreement.
I have seen those.
Yes. So terms of agreements in contracts, terms of agreements with creditors and debtors and stuff like that, and things that you want to avoid saying when you get on the phone with them, because it flips the onus on how the conversation goes, and now you're responsible for whatever, right? Or now you are under the foot of whoever. Anyway, saying all that to say this, I got on Amazon, right? And I was looking for a way to better define these terms, to find the terms. And so what do? You go to a thesaurus, right? No, folks, thesaurus isn't a dinosaur. I used to think a thesaurus was a dinosaur for a long time, but that just means I'm stupid sometimes, right? So, let me go ahead. I'm going to drop that StreamYard link. But it's not a thesaurus. It's not a regular dictionary like a Webster's. Everybody's familiar with the Webster's. But if you look at Black's Law Dictionary, right? The Black's Law Dictionary will give you what every term, and they call it having a term in legalese, right? I knew about this word, but I just heard it again, and then it stuck with me. So legalese is basically like the legalized terms of words. And here comes Luke 23:43, my man Luke. What's happening, man? And PJ, yes, he's solid, brother, man. I like that dude. I like him a lot. Him and his wife, they're very good people. I don't know where Frank Monday is, but the Black's Dictionary, that thing is like $150 to like $200 an issue to buy a Black's Dictionary. So if you've seen them, you know what it is I'm talking about. Every once in a while, Soul, determined, unconventional mind, he'll talk about that. But yes, it's the Black's Law Dictionary. Another of Black's terms and legalese and all that is admiralty law. That will take all the legalese terms and everything, and apparently it'll squish it all into one big old sandwich of a book. Same thing, $150. Why is it that Amazon and eBay is going to go out there, and of course this is a rhetorical question, and sell books like that? It's just a dictionary. It's just a legalese term book, right? Sell those both for $150 a pop. Why?
G'day, everyone.
Hey,
Luke.
Mr. Luke, what's happening, brother? What's happening?
Just been finished work, been listening in, all good.
Okay. Luke, you just recently did the show with I know I interrupted you guys last night or yesterday. You just did the show with PJ and stuff. Talk to us about it. Let's talk to the crowd about it a little bit.
Well, it's like everything in this world is in the mainstream and to do with how we live, where there's so many deceptions, and one of them is to do with our name. We actually have two different identities. One's a fiction, which is formed with our birth certificate, our name in all capital letters, and with our mum and dad both on that certificate, and it's a registration that forms a financial instrument, and it's actually a trust, and it's a straw man. It's referred to as a straw man because it's not real, it's not us, but 99% of the population think it is us, and it enslaves us from birth. Our parents are innocent, they've been hoodwinked, they don't know that it's happened, and the powers that be use it to enslave us all, and Dojo's touched on something similar. So we're in two different jurisdictions. We really should just be under common law, and common law is pretty simple. Don't harm anyone, don't steal, and don't lie.
That's like universal maxims.
Yeah, and then you've got admiralty law, which is statutes and legislation, which only applies to corporations, dead entities. Now that's not us, that's not me and you. But if
dead
someone
entities
says, is your name Vlad da 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 da, and you answer yes, and you're in court, now you've just attached yourself to that corporation, and they can go for you. So you talked about you don't want to get into say certain things on the phone. You want to avoid being on the phone at all, or even emails if you get into one of these matters, whether it's a parking fine or something more serious, or the idea, and I'm not giving financial advice at all. This is just education. I'm learning. We're all learning about this sort of stuff. You can look it up for yourself, but I'm just going off the experience of others and my own when I talk about this. And this is a real thing. You can look at your driver's license or any like banking notices, credit card notice. If you notice, it'll probably your name will be in all capital letters. That is not a living man. That means it's a corporation. So that's it. So that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I think the best advice is just avoid the law as much as you can altogether, because they still have the cops, they still have the jails, and they still have the officers. We can use these black law dictionary concepts against them, maybe just to defend ourselves. But the best advice is don't engage with them if you can avoid it.
Yep.
Yes.
Because even if you're in the right, we've seen it. You could even be in the right, and then they'll feel as if they can overpower you regardless.
Yeah.
They do it with words a lot of the time. They can simply say, "Do you understand?" Now we see that as, "Do you comprehend?" Do you comprehend what I'm talking about? But in legalese, that means, am I superior to you? Do I stand over you? Are you answering to me? Am I essentially? And you say, yeah, I understand. Right, now they've got you. They've just attached you. You've just told them you're a slave to them. It can be that simple. So that's why you don't want to get on the phone with these people. That's why you don't want to have an interaction on the road with the police if you can help it. So, but if you do, you want to have as much knowledge as you can, and you want to be the one answering the questions, because you're actually the creditor. We're not the debtor, but they want to make it out like it's the other way around. So just people should educate themselves as much as possible, because there's so much to learn on this, and I know so little, but trying to learn all the time. Because I'll give you an example of something. You know, when you go and get a mortgage,
right?
So let's say there's a home you want to buy in your hometown, and it's $200,000.
Right.
Now, where does that money come from?
The money for your mortgage from?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. So what you do is you put down. You have to have certain wickets filled out first. You have to have a certain
ID.
amount in your bank account. I'm sorry.
They're going to ask you for your ID. maybe a deposit,
right,
or
right.
some sort of
Bank
security.
statements and right proof of who you are and stuff.
But most would suggest that it's coming from the bank reserves, right?
Yes, yes. Okay, I see what
So
you're saying. Yes,
you're going to Citibank,
or a loan.
and they're gonna give you the $200,000, and the terms are that you pay it off over maybe 25 to 30 years.
years. Right, sure.
Plus
30
interest. Years. So that $200,000 over 30 years will be at least 600,000, won't it? So they make a 300% profit on their money. Now, does that money actually come from that bank's reserve?
No.
No, it doesn't. Where do you think it comes from?
Don't tell me it comes from a big old pot of money that people are putting in. I thought that came from the bank.
No, no, it comes from the
It's just
straw man.
zeros and ones.
It comes if you've got any loans or have had any loans, Vlad.
Yeah.
It came from your straw man. So they take your money, not your money, but the money that's built up in your straw man since you were born, because there's a trust with funds in there that we don't know about. They take the 200,000 from your trust. They say it's coming from their reserve, so it's total fraud. And then they're going to lend you your own money or your own trust money back to you, and then make you pay it back with interest, 3 times the original principal.
And so the money that I'm using from my trust, I'm not even building up my reserves again from my trust. I'm just spending it.
Well, the average person your age in the US their trust would be worth as much as over $100 million. And people in the US you've got a special registry where you can actually find out what your trust is worth in the US. Okay. So everything in the world is a fraud, and this is just another one where they've tricked us.
So that's
what?
You know what else happens? You know what else happens when they're doing all this trickery? Right. They take this promissory note of the $200,000 that you've signed over that goes to the person you're buying the home off, like the seller. They send that to the Federal Reserve Bank, and the Federal Reserve sends the bank the $300,000 up front.
What?
This is all financial instruments that the banks. I find it hard to get my head around, and I might not be explaining it 100% correctly, but this is how I understand it. They don't use any of their own reserves. This is why they make almost trillions of dollars in profits, the banks. This is why. They say banks create money out of thin air on a screen.
Right.
Yeah, but it's got to come from somewhere.
Okay. And this is what was running through my head.
It's called fractional reserve banking.
Okay, so this is what was running through my head while you're saying this, right? As people work, despite what inflation is, but as people commit their time, your time, when you're committing it to working, must be worth something. This is your time, and you are using your energy in order to, whether it's make a belt, make tires, educate, pump gas, whatever. You're putting forth energy for a certain amount of time, and the byproduct is dollars for you, right?
Yep, correct.
We see it like that. How is it that they see it? Is it wrong that we see it that way?
It should be that way, and under common law, it is. Like, we're worth our toil and work, and we should be getting 100% remuneration for work we do. But we end up getting about 20% after everything's taken out.
Right, because
paying tax, land tax, sales tax, mortgages. They're totally screwing us all the time. Right?
We get taxed when we get paid, and then we get taxed when we spend it.
Now, imagine if a bank turned around tomorrow and said, because when you first apply for that mortgage, right, they use your trust, that $200,000 goes to the seller. That should be the end of it. He's got his $200,000, which is what the property's worth. He's happy, and that bank helped me access my trust. We're all good. That should be where it ends.
But it's not.
No, it's not. Now, there are remedies to this, and there are people who are learning how to do it, and many have done it around the world, certainly where I'm from in Australia, where you are able to use financial instruments. You know, like a dollar bill is not real money, right?
Right.
It's what's called a promise. It's referred to as what I think is called a promissory note. It's a promise to pay, but we give
Hold
it
on.
value.
Dojo had to roll, y'all. So peace out, Dojo. Thanks for being here tonight, brother. Thank you. And anytime you want to come on, you're more than welcome to, bro.
I
But
need
yes.
to go soon too, because I need to go out with my dog.
Okay, Yika. Yeah, do your thing, brother. And then if you got the time to come back, come on back, bro.
Yeah. And sometimes in future, Riku is going to have a big live on flat Earth subject.
Yes.
And he wanted you to join that too.
Absolutely. Yes. I spoke to Riku about that actually, and I told him I'm totally available.
Okay, good. Nice.
Yes. All right, Yika.
All right. I have to go. Bye.
All right, brother. You appreciate you, brother. Be easy.
Yep.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, Luke, go ahead, man. Continue.
Yeah, so you can be empowered. So there's in every Western country, there's these UCC laws, essentially like corporate laws, and there's financial instruments you can use that can essentially, it's like accessing your trust,
right?
So that like a mortgage can actually, if you know what you're doing, you can actually have debts discharged by using things like a promissory note. Or what's called bills of exchange. So I personally know people who have had like mortgages of up to $1 million in Australia, had them discharged because they knew how to do that.
What?
And yep, everything from like an electricity bill for $500. You can use these type of remedies. Now it's not, you're not getting it for free, that you're just using their tactics. We've got this trust that is potentially worth a lot of money that we can't get access to. So essentially there's ways to be able to get out of debt slavery if you know what you're doing.
So essentially you're jailbreaking the person.
Yeah. So let's say someone,
it's like we're an Android device with a lock on it.
Yeah. I'll give you an example now, because I live in Thailand. I had a credit card debt that I wanted to get discharged, and I'd been paying it off for years. I would have paid $20,000 at least for a $3,000 debt, because it took me I had the debt for like over 10 years.
Right.
So I didn't know at the time when I applied for that credit card, they took my ID and they pulled money out of my trust. I didn't know about that. Right. So I was going to get it discharged because I had people who could help me with that. But because I was in Thailand, the whole registered post thing was just a nightmare, because it's going to take over a month for mail to get there. And but what they did is this guy taught me another strategy, which is what I was able to get the interest stopped. Now, how much easier would it be to pay off loans if they stopped the interest?
Yes, you could pay it. You could pay it on a scheduled time.
So I'm not telling people to do this, but what I was able to do is I was able to speak to the credits team. Okay, I won't mention the bank's name, and basically call on hardship. And I was able to get interest holidays because I told them my outgoings and ingoings, I couldn't afford the repayments. And I said, what I'd like to do is to get a holiday on the interest for 12 months.
Okay.
So what that allowed me to do is I was chipping away at the principal.
Right.
Okay. Now they should have just said, okay, forget about it. You've paid 20 grand in interest over whatever. Just forget about it. That's a good job. And had I been in Australia, I would have been noticing him and using bills of exchange or whatever. But this was one strategy that at least I was, through my knowledge and learning from a team of people, I was able to stop the interest, and that allowed me to knock that debt off in 18 months. So there's lots of remedies that the banks won't tell you that. Okay. And that bank did they did really well. You know, they invented the money out of thin air, or not thin air, but they used my trust to get it. Didn't come from their reserves, and they've made, 500% in 10 years. Okay. So they didn't. Now they should just say, oh, we'll forget it. No worries. We'll just let that go. You can't afford it anymore. We'll just call it quits. They've got a team, a recovery team, who are calling and hassling and emailing you to get that debt repaid. So I had basically meetings with them and agreements with them. I want to get this done. And eventually we came to an agreement that I'd have the interest stopped and a certain amount of, and chip away at the principal. At the end of 12 months, they said, okay, we're going to start the interest again. I started the process again, and I got another interest holiday for 6 months. So after 18 months, I got it all paid, because all I was paying was the principal.
Yes.
Which was I was paying off that they started that fraudulently anyway, but it was better than having to cope with all the interest.
The interest. So let me ask you something. How many times can you do that before they, like, you should? It sounds to me as if you should be able to do that every time. Correct?
Well, that type of thing. So I can tell you, because I've done it myself. If anyone has got any debts or finance that they want, and they just are finding it really hard to get that debt down, maybe they're just paying off the interest, contact the bank. And it's okay to have a phone call, because it's just a team, it'll be a call center in the Philippines or something anyway, probably. And they'll start to get your outgoings. Say you're having some financial difficulty, and you probably are, who isn't, right, these days. And that might be a solution for you to help, get that. It helped me.
Yeah. So, I mean, because everybody has some form of, well, not everybody, but the average person has some form of debt that they have to pay. And then, for example, automobiles, right? They could be paying on not even a leased automobile, but you purchase your automobile and then you take a loan out from a bank that they give you, whoever the dealership is. And then, it's like a $30,000 car, right? But they're giving you like 60 months, or in some cases 72 months to pay a car off. And I'm like, 72 months, that's 6 years to pay a car off. It takes you 6 years to do that.
They've contracted with you as the straw man trust. So they've contracted.
So then in a case like that, this is what's normal, right?
By the way, I've seen there's guys in the US on YouTube, and their thing is often when debt is created, they'll sell the debt to someone else.
Right.
Now, you didn't agree to that.
Yes, they'll sell it to somebody else. Right. Now you have somebody asking you for that same money, and they could change the interest rate on you. Huh?
So all of those folks who got done in 2008 because they couldn't, they all the banks irresponsibly were lending to folks who shouldn't have really qualified for a loan.
Right.
And it crashed the housing market in the US.
Ninja loans.
They had all these mortgage swaps. As soon as they've sold it onto someone out with you, all those folks, had they known what they were doing, they could have simply wrote to them and contacted them and says, "Who are you? Can you look? I'm happy to make these repayments if you can show evidence that we have a contract together. Because if you don't, we will consider this discharged and this matter is over, and you'll because where's the title?" Okay. So when we discover fraud in lending practices, then we can call them out.
Right.
So
and then basically you pigeonholed them in a corner, and it's like that you've got them dead to rights, and there's nothing they can say about that because you have the evidence.
Yeah. So you go back to the housing crisis in 2008.
Okay.
And poor people who had bad credit, their credit was fine actually. Like the money came from their trust, and they say, "Oh, you can't. We're gonna foreclose on your home." You got the money from my trust anyway. Just give it to me.
But you know, people don't know that.
Banks are so evil. Of course they
Wow.
don't.
People don't know that, and they're like, I've been making these payments. If I stop making payments, that's all they see.
Of course, I'm going to
Everybody
lose
has
my
the
home.
blinders on. I have the blinders on. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know this. I don't know this.
They don't want people to know, and they're quite happy for people to talk on YouTube, and because it's only going to be a small percentage of the population, and most people you'll talk to about this will dismiss it like it's flat Earth or the Mandela effect or 9/11 anyway.
What?
Yeah, you get like people. It's confronting people. Say, nah, they wouldn't do that.
So then, okay. No, they would do that. We know if they're going to poison the water and poison the food and poison everything. Yes, they're going to poison. They're going to mess with the banks. If they're going to do that other stuff to our bodies, who thinks they're not going to tamper with the money? You got to be crazy.
Here's the other thing is people see stuff and they hear stuff and they see things and they see people doing this or people rush into it before they have the right knowledge and they screw it up. You can end up in a lot of trouble. So if anyone's just learning about this stuff, start with little steps.
Yes.
Like I did that interest holiday on a credit card. That was the first thing I did. I couldn't really get myself into much trouble doing that. You know, I was politely giving them reasons but this is not, you know, you watch 2 YouTube videos and then you want to try and discharge a $1 million mortgage.
Oh God.
Right?
And then you find yourself in hot water.
It can be done. Yeah. Like banks have some pretty high paid lawyers and they can really.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They know that they could spend money on lawyers all day. And it sounds as if they're using our money to do it. They have a bottomless pit of money to go get their lawyers to come get us. Right?
Yes.
And then we have nobody to defend us but us.
Yes. Yeah. So you've got to have just people, if they want to know more about this, you've just got to spend time educating yourself, investing in, and a lot of there's so many resources online are free. It's just your time to learn about it, which is hard. People are busy. Like,
listen, no. Sean, Luke, check this out. It's like the flat Earth. It's like the flat Earth. Either you want the information or you don't want the information, but the information is available. Either you want it or you don't want it. But if you want to find yourself to be, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even call it financially free, but just if the money is an issue, if the debt is an issue, consider this. Consider it. At least do some research and see if there's a solution. Because yes, we get on here and we talk. Yes, we get on here and we complain about a lot of things. But at the same time, we're also looking for solutions. Listen, chat, this is why you guys are in here. You know what I'm saying? You guys are very resourceful. You guys are very smart. And don't act as if, okay, Maria Walker, I get it. Sometimes I forget and I don't put the link in there like I'm supposed to. And you remind me. But I pay attention from time to time from what it is, from the things that you guys say. And you guys are pretty smart. So if there's something that you know, each one teach one. We need to kick this. We need to eat this elephant one bite at a time. But there are 1 million of us. Actually, in my case, there are like 50 of us. But there are 50 of us.
Hey, what I can do practically speaking, because people always say, oh, that's great, guys. But what can I do? Where do I go? Right. So I'm going to pop in a couple of resources in the chat, if that's all right, mate.
Yeah. Put them all in, bro. But so, I guess put them in. If I know I'm asking for a lot, Luke, but if you could put them in a way, no, not even at the end. Now, if you could put them in a fashion as you're like, okay, this will handle your credit cards. This could take care of your gas and your utility bills. This one could help you with any loans that you might have taken out. This one could help you with your, insurance. If you have them broken up like that, that would be phenomenal. I would be forever in your debt.
Okay, well, I'll just send one. This is called It's called Live in Private. So these are Aussies.
Okay.
This guy's name is Michael Rolfe. This is his website. He's also got a Telegram group which has a huge amount of resources. So I'll put that in there. That's the first one, and then I'll get the other one later.
Okay. Huh.
So what this guy does is he teaches people about jurisdictions, and he's Australian, but it's the same in the UK. So very similar in the UK, very similar in the US. It's private versus public, corporate, right?
Okay.
So that's
lipforms.com.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
It's got forms. I'll find his YouTube channel as well.
Okay, lipforms.
This is another guy called Mike Holt, another Aussie.
Okay, I just pinned it at the top, family. Lipforms.com. There it is. Pinned at the top.
Yeah, a lot of these times people go on a website and it sort of opens a can of worms. It's like gets people going, wow, you know. This is a guy called Mike Holt. Be good if we could do a stream with one of these guys one day.
Okay. Yes, I would like that. I would definitely like that. Wow. So
this guy, Mike Holt and Mike Rolfe, they for the Aussies there, they do a Wednesday podcast where you can jump on a Zoom link, and they just discuss common law and all of this type of, you know, different jurisdictions, and they're giving, so people will come on and say, okay, so I'm trying to discharge my credit card bill, or I'm trying to pay my utilities bills, and I'm trying to get it discharged, and they help them step by step if they're having any problems or issues, and they actually give you templates on how to use financial instruments like promissory notes and bills of exchange, and they give all the different laws in each country that you can refer to and read. Like in Australia, the law is called the Bills of Exchange Act.
Bills of Exchange
1909, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 1909. So you can look that up.
Okay, I see one of 1880. Okay, Exchange Act. I see one of 1882 in the U.S.
Yeah, so every country has a different. They're all similar. Australia's is called the Bills of Exchange.
It's 1909. I see that one. Australian Bills of Exchange Act 1909. Okay, Bills of Exchange Act U.S. 1882.
And the UCC is as well.
And then they have a PDF associated with it.
Yeah, you can read all this. There's lots of videos on YouTube that go through all this sort of stuff as well for each country.
Okay.
And yeah.
Wow. Hold on. Legislation.gov.uk. What? Wait, why does the UK have it in 1882? Was it the same time? Wait, what? Bills of Exchange Act.
We have a lot of laws that are the same as the UK.
Right.
Yeah.
Canada, 1980. Bills of Exchange Act, 1985. Canada. Bills of Exchange, new law. Well, what the? Okay. First off, to make things simple, I need to know what they mean by bills of exchange. I can guess all day, but I have to know exactly what it is they're talking about when they're talking about bills of exchange.
Yeah, so like I don't know. So something like a dollar bill might be referred to as a bills of exchange.
Okay.
So they're financial instruments that have a perceived value is the best way to sum it up. So I don't want to get too much into giving you the definitions of everything because
I got you. Some of this I totally have to look into. Actually, a lot of this I have to look into myself. You point us in the right direction, and then we have to do the groundwork. Like I dig it. I appreciate it.
So I'll put one more in there. Now, I just want to address the. Okay, so Sean Elke seems to know a bit about this,
Right?
And talks about how they can't collect it from you. You don't have to pay credit card debt. Okay, there's some truth to that, but if they're sending, sorry,
no. I was like, there's always a but, a big but.
Yeah, again, you got to know what you're doing. If you just ignore them, if they're sending you notices, whether it's on email or it's on or in the mail, okay, you need to. If they send you saying you owe this amount, we need you to pay the full amount of $8,000 by da 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 da. Right, then they send and you ignore that. Then they send you a second notice. Then you ignore that. Then they send you a third notice and you ignore that. Right, that now you can be in default, right? Because one of the things in law is if you don't answer, right, after 3 chances, right, this sort of goes back to the Bible,
right?
Remember Peter? Okay,
yes,
you are now. It's called you are acquiescing. You are agreeing to their terms. Right.
So in other words, silence is compliance.
Yep. Yeah, through your silence, you're left the battlefield essentially.
Oh my God!
So it's a maxim of law. Yeah. So he who is silent, you're agreeing. Don't speak up. It's like if you were one thing, if you were in court or if you were being hassled by the boys in blue, the police, and you want to get into the common law jurisdiction, you would say, "Am I a man?" I said, "Well, we'll discuss what we want to discuss." I said, "Hang on, we'll get to that in a sec. Am I a man?" Said, "Well, what we want to do, we need to see your ID." I said, "Excuse me, I need you to. I'm asking you a question. Am I a man?" Now, if they refuse to answer that the third time, now they have agreed that you are a man and you're under common law.
Wow!
So it's
and
the same.
You get that on record, like, "Hey, I asked him 3 times if I was in fact a man."
Yeah. So
before you continue, hold on. So based off of that right there, we know that there's been, I don't know if you're familiar with what's been going on with our politicians and everything. There's been a lot of discussion as to what a man and a woman is. And listen, Luke, I'm serious. Like, there is a discussion. There are people that the politicians seem to be confused to some degree. And I wish it was a joke, but I'm not joking. So I wonder if this, in some roundabout, crazy kind of way, if that affects the outcome of your discussions with these law enforcement people. If you ask, "Hey, am I a man?" and then they're like, "Well, that could go one of 2 ways." You understand what I'm saying?
Possibly, but under common law, there's a man and women, and young ones. That's pretty much it. So, because it's based in reality, it's the law of the land. It's what's true under God.
Right.
And if you are not hurting anyone, you are not stealing from anyone, and you are not deceiving or lying to anyone, then leave me the hell alone. We don't need government, pretty much. But they want to get you into all of their millions of statutes and regulations and guidelines and restrictions, and they don't apply to a living man.
Yeah.
But as soon as you attach yourself to your strawman trust, then you are under those so-called. They're not laws. They're not actually laws that pertain to common law.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to pay taxes. You don't have to do this. You don't have to pay that thing. Da 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 da. But to just straight out refuse it or be belligerent or abuse people who are asking for it, that may not work out too well for you. So
just ignoring them, you can't do that.
Yeah. So it's just get educated, and
And I'll be honest with you, I think when people see these people get on these shows, And they're like, yeah, I haven't paid credit cards for 32 years. Like, people balk at that. People like cringe at that. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. There have been times where I've cringed seeing people talking about, you haven't paid in 32 years. God, dog,
the
man.
other pushback you'll get a lot is that they think you're trying to get out of paying bills. You know, like, you got to pay your bills. You know, oh, you're just one of those sovereign citizen idiots. You know,
right?
Pay your bills. I go, well, it's paid. As soon as, like, for a credit card or a mortgage, the debt was paid day one.
You took it from.
It was your credit. They use you. Yeah. They use the credit from your trust, so it's been paid. I'm just trying to get them to recognize that. That's
wow.
What we're saying,
man. I've got to figure this thing out. This is a lot of information. It's a lot of really good information. But family, I did go ahead and I did my due diligence. I did drop in PJ Cruikshank's joint in there. No, that's not it. That's me. That's not PJ's. There it is. That's PJ's. Yeah. So this is PJ actually coming up here in a little bit. Who we got here? Oh, Lord have mercy. Brenda, what's happening, man?
Hey, Vlad, how are you?
What's up, Brenda?
You realize that. Thank you. You realize that the information this guy is giving to you is false, and we'll get.
Brenda. That was Brenda, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, that was Brenda. Brenda, thank you, Brenda. Happy Thanksgiving and have a healthy and happy holiday. Please be safe. Please don't drink and drive. And if you're driving, just please be careful. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, if you were to ask ChatGPT, it'd say the same thing. If you were to ask the bank manager, they'll say the same thing. Now, that's not true. They're going to keep the lie going.
Yeah.
So do your own research. This is not advice. This is not financial advice. This is the only advice is, if you're interested in the topic, get educated.
Yes. Yes. It's guys, we know what it was when it was the true earth, the flat earth. T Smith, I hear you, poor Brenda, but Brenda does it to Brenda does it to themselves. You understand? Brenda comes in here just being the most. And we ain't doing it. Not tonight. You know what I'm saying? We've got to get educated on this, and it's best. Some mistakes may be made, but we have good people like Luke in here trying to point us in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got no time for the BS. We don't have time for the Globe Earth Society.
Yeah, like this is the type of thing. Yeah, bring this topic up with 90% of your family and friends, you're going to get the same sort of reaction. The same sort of reaction as bringing up flat Earth.
Yep.
It's almost like, how do I not know this? I would know if it was true. It would be on the news.
Yep.
They'd make documentaries on the History Channel.
Man, let me tell you, my brothers are so indoctrinated. They're so indoctrinated. All they can think is, oh, well, if it was on the news, then we would have known about it. And I'm like, man, like, where did I come from? Why are they so blind? Like, where did I come from? I thought we were cut from the same mold. Apparently not. Like, I don't know what it is, man. I feel as if, like, damn, my brothers are so smart. I give them so much credit for being smart, but it's like something is missing. Something's not firing. And they just fall for everything they see on the TV.
Yep.
And, just trying to explain this to them. They're like, oh, it's a Donald Trump. I'm like, no, it's,
it's like, QAnon stuff.
God. It's QAnon. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, please don't say that on the outside. Like, you sound crazy. Like, stop.
What I will say, I need to mention this. If you go out and you start finding some channels and resources that are talking and educating on this, unfortunately, a lot of them still think Trump's the real deal.
Yeah, that's where as soon as I hear them say that, I skip, because I'm like, apparently they don't get it. Like, all these guys are against us.
Yeah. So you can still get their information based, and every now and then they'll say, "Oh, Trump's going to help us," right? So that's going to trigger people. It annoys me, but what they're talking about regards to the law, they know what they're talking about. Unfortunately, they just think Trump's on one of the good guys. So, no. But it's not a channel there that's just Trump. He's going to save us. He's going to drain the swamp. But they might mention it every now and then and think it's going to make a difference. Yeah. It doesn't mean that everything else they're talking about is not true. But again, everything you hear, cross-reference it, go do your own research, look up the laws, read the legislation yourself.
Yeah. And as soon as they start talking that Trump stuff, like, it doesn't matter who it is, Trump, Harris, it doesn't matter. Like, it's like both of them are crooked. As soon as you start involving them, saying that they're going to help, like, no, they're not here to help. Both of them aren't here to help. Like, that's the part that I wish that they could just come to terms with and just preach the good news. Preach the good news. Do not include them. And see, the problem that I have with the current administration is, how are you going to get the scriptures that says, hey, if you add or you remove to it, you make it totally nullified. You nullify it. So what does he do? He makes his own version of the scriptures. Are you kidding me? Like, for all the faults he has, like, I'm willing to ignore his other faults. I'm totally willing to ignore his other faults. But let's pay attention to that one fault. If I were to take the Bible and I were to say, hey, these are my notes that maybe you should pay attention to, and I'm going to divide the Old Testament and the New Testament, and I'm going to put my notes right in the middle, and then I'm going to sell you the same Bible that you've been growing up and reading. The only difference that's in there is it's got the Constitution and my little set of notes in there. Don't you find a small? Go ahead,
Vlad. I'm gonna drop out for a bit. I might pop in later. Just got some business to attend to.
You got it, man. As soon as I start talking
about, would you be open to a stream Saturday night your time?
Saturday night, yeah, I could see that. I could do that.
If I don't come back in, I'll message you.
Totally.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, brother. You be easy, man. And thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the information, Luke, man. It's always a pleasure. Thank you very much, man. We love you over here.
You too, mate. Happy Thanksgiving too.
Oh, appreciate you, man. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Don't eat too much kangaroo now.
Hey, at least people say, do you like koalas? I say, yeah, I couldn't eat a whole one. See you, man.
All right, brother. Peace. Yeah, man. That was Luke, man. Luke be coming with some good information. This is why a lot of major credits are offered by the banks. Now, if you get one direct from MasterCard or Visa, it's different. Matthew Senko. Hand wave dismissal were bad, I thought, to truthers. Hand wave dismissals were bad, I thought, to truthers. Right, Matthew? I don't understand. Please explain the hand wave dismissals. Look at the photo in a Bible swearing and look at the Bible. That's not a Bible. It's a grimoire. What grimoire is that? I'd like to know. Luke, peace out, brother. Thank you very much. Back to the Star Forts. Let's see. We could finish up the ancient Star Forts with my lunch break real quick. Luke is gone for the night. We're going to pick back up with Luke potentially, if not tomorrow, because tomorrow's Friday, and it's already Friday right now, man. It's late as hell over here. I'm going to be picking back up possibly on Saturday night. Saturday night at the movies. Who cares what picture we see? So we're going to probably pick it back up on a Saturday night, if not Flat Earth Friday night. Okay. All right. So yeah, read his comment prior. Look at the photo of Biden swearing in. That's a grimoire. And so, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and let's polish off the star forts. Friday is Saturday. Yeah, that's right. It's Saturday for Luke, so it's going to be Sunday night for Luke. Yes. No, Sunday morning for Luke. Yes, something like that. Sunday afternoon. Saturday night for us is, yeah. Anyway, you know what it is, y'all. Y'all know what it is. So we're going to go ahead. Let's finish up the star forts on my lunch break real quick, and then I'm going to go back to those pictures because we didn't finish Vienna. Wow. This is blowing my mind, man. This is blowing my mind.
Enjoy. Now, let's go all the way to Netherlands and see what they have going on over there. I'm sure it's nothing crazy, and all the stories check out. Oh, what is this? Another star fort city in a completely different country? Anyone have any questions? No? Me either. I guess I have a few. Like, what is going on in 1593 that they knew how to create something like this? The star is literally perfect, not even off by an inch, and it is filled in with water. Yet they didn't even have modern plumbing figured out until the mid 1800s. Do I even need to go further to know that this was built by an advanced civilization? I will go further, but do we need to? It's literally not at all how we build towns. Yet this is supposedly happening in 1593 and built to perfection and remains that way to this very day. Could they rub it in our faces anymore at this point? I'm not sure they could. This story doesn't even care to give us an explanation as to who led the architecture or the construction. Just said, hey everyone, we built this and we're not telling you how. Just deal with it. Well, I think it's time we simply ask ourselves if that narrative is acceptable. Is it? I don't think so. In my closing,
I could probably look at we'll go over the pictures and we'll see if we could find a source name. If we can find the name of a source name, Maria Walker. But if we can't, I will continue to hunt that name of the map down. But I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure it's common. You know, let's go back to this thing.
Closing statements for this episode, I'd like to show you guys this visual. Here's the map of all star forts surrounding Africa. Do you find it a little odd that there are star forts everywhere? I mean, in every country, all over the place. But there isn't one single star fort in the entire area that has been clearly burnt to a crisp for hundreds of thousands of miles in Africa. This is clear destruction. Whether it was on purpose or from the sun or something else, there was without a doubt something traumatic that happened to this earth in this exact location. Also,
before we continue, Matt, what are you talking about? Matt, what are you talking about? Matt Senko. I was driving, so like I'm confused. Khan did a similar thing at Flatsoids and enough of what? What did he do? And I'm like I said, Maria Walker, I'm going to get with you on that map. I'm going to go track it down. But I've got another map I'm going to show you. But Matt Senko, I don't know what it is you're talking about, homie. I have no idea what it is you're talking about. You can find them in pretty much every major city on the Google Earth. Now, I was looking like Sean Alke. I looked on my Google Earth, the one that I use, ArcGIS, for a lot of these star forts. Like I have to look. Maybe I have to change the setting to like a satellite setting, but I couldn't. Alan Nostrom was having him, brother, but I couldn't find anything. And so maybe I just have to change it to like more like a satellite setting to where it looks like the actual Earth beneath. Yeah, Maria Walker, I'm going to look for that. Khan handwave dismiss the straw man. No, I didn't do that. I didn't handwave dismiss. You thought I didn't do that. I didn't handwave dismiss nothing. Like I was like, this is interesting. Like I think that's something we totally need to look at. I don't know who Khan is though. I know Khan from Star Trek, but outside of him, like Ricardo Montalban, I know him as Khan, but I don't know him. I know Khan hot dogs, some of the best beef franks around, Khan's, right? Better, I personally think, better than Hebrew nationals. Khans. Alan Nostrin, it's good to see you, brother. Michael Khan. I don't know who Michael Khan is. I have no idea who he is. One of those star forts looks like CERN. One of those star forts look like CERN. One of those star forts look like CERN. Okay. This is interesting. Michael Khan. I don't know who Michael Khan is. Handwave. No, I didn't. No, I don't. That's some shit. No. Guess what, guys? That was my first cuss today. That was my first cuss today. I cussed. I apologize. I apologize, y'all. I cussed. So now YouTube is going to shut me down. Shame on me. Yeah, I don't know who Michael Khan is. On Flatsoy. Okay. I'll check him out, I guess. But for people to hand wave dismiss it, maybe he doesn't fully know its potential. I wouldn't worry too much about him then. We pay attention to those that are actually looking for answers. We can't really waste our time on people that are not looking for the answers. You understand? If we were to waste our time for people that aren't looking for answers, we're going to be out there chasing our own tail like our burrows. So ignore him. Ignore this Michael Khan. If he's doing this, you do the same thing back to him, and then we keep moving. We keep moving, because at the end of the day, nobody cares if we get this stuff or not. But we're the only ones that if we chase after it, we could better understand it. We could totally help ourselves out, because there's nobody looking out for our better interests except for us. Nobody else, that is, except for us. And thank you, Zach. PJ and Flatsoid. Michael Khan. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen him. I say hi to everybody else. I probably said hi to him before. I do my best, sister. I do my best. My lunch break is amazing. He's on Flatsoid all the time. I haven't been too much on Flatsoids because of the time that he's on. Is a lot of times I'm working at those times. Oh wow. Oh wow. That I did not know. I did not know. Do you feel it was deliberate, Mike? Matthew? And by the way, y'all, listen. When I drop an invite link, you don't have to show your face. You could just come in and you could speak your piece. A lot of y'all be scared. A lot of y'all be scared to come on and say what it is you need to say. Just come on and say what. He's comparing Khan to Brenda's behavior. Oh, wow. That's crazy. But I feel you, Matt. I feel you. But if it's one of those things, like, I don't even let Brenda slow me down. Like, I'll let Brenda come in, and if it's constructive, I'll let her talk. Let him talk. But if it's not anything that's going to help this community, I'm like, all right, you here to play games? Oh, wow. Wow, I did not know that. No, I think Brenda comes in here sober as hell. Brenda comes in here sober as a dang imam, pretty much. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, Brenda, got his moments. But then, clock's wrong. What is it? Clock's right twice a day. I'm sure every once in a while, Brenda's been right? There have been times where I've agreed with Brenda. It's rare, but there have been times. And so during those times, I want to highlight it because I think it's special moments. But outside of that, a lot of times Brenda comes in here playing games, man. And it's like, all right, I gave you you can't say I didn't give you a chance. You can't say I wasn't being fair. You can't say I was being a bigot or anything stupid like that. Like, I try to give Brenda a chance. Brenda's a person like everybody else, right? May have different views than us, but whatever. Whatever. We have to love our neighbors, right? And hate the sin. We hate the sin. And all we could do is pray for those that we wish, better for. We just pray for them. Yeah, man. Everybody loves it. I'd say some of the more better all beef Franks these days is Kirkland. So you go to Costco's and you get a Kirkland Frank. Kirkland Franks all day, baby. Them Costco hot dogs are dangerous. Those things are dangerous. Let's finish with the video, y'all, shall we? I'm over here flapping my gums. Excuse me.
Australia has a similar resemblance in land coloration. Also, no star forts there. Coincidence? I don't think so. And I also believe this happened very recent, within the last 400 years or so, not millions and billions of years ago, like we're told. I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. I hope you guys liked this video. Comment below and subscribe. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I'll be back soon with more.
You know what's crazy about these star forts, seeing where they're at? Like one commonality, hold on, let's see if we could rewind it and see if they get rid of. We have one commonality that you see, it's around water. Every time it's around water. It's always around water or someplace lush and green. But that's what's common. That's what appears to be common. They're always around water. Always around water. And you see right there, I forget if this is the blue or the white now, but where the Nile empties out, star forts, star forts, star forts right there in Egypt. Hot dogs are dangerous, man. Except for the Kirkland ones. So yeah, they're dangerous as in they're good. Has the world's best hot dogs. Denmark, the Danes. Oh man. Disc Lord is around. He could confirm. Bro, is only right one times a day if you use the right time. Oh yeah, the 24 hours. Donald, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you, man. Donald Piasek, man. It's been a while, man. I don't know where you've been hiding at. Donald, man, it's good to see you, though. Yes. Yeah. Hey, man, my lunch break is doing amazing work. Like, I love that dude's channel. And hey, here's another one. Here's another one. I don't know if you guys are familiar with. This is one that I get on and I tell him, you know, I drop hints. Hey, good morning, my sister. Miss Mop Queen B. Hey, guys, that's PJ's wife right there. How you doing, Queen B? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Amazing. That's right. That's Vicky Lou. That's Vicky Lou on Rumble. And I appreciate you giving my channel some attention, Vicky. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So if you guys look, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run and I'm going to show y'all this right here. Hold on. Aurelius. There it is. Lucius Aurelian. I call him Aurelius. But if you guys aren't familiar with him, get familiar with him as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take that right there. Then I'm going to share it with y'all. So this guy is also old world as well. So that's Lucius Aurelian, right? An amazing channel, this guy right here. And I've been watching his stuff as it comes up. And he talks about the giants. He talks about the lands out there beyond the speculated lands. John Levy's another good one. I like John Levy, but give this guy Lucius Aurelian a chance. I'm telling you, you won't be disappointed. He's got some amazing content. Yeah, John Levy. I like John Levy. And I'll be honest, man, John Levy's the one that got me started on the other ones. He's the one that led me down the road to my lunch break and then Lucius Aurelian. But after I saw Jared Boosters, excuse me, is another good channel, right? And I saw Jared Boosters, and then I saw this guy, Lucius Aurelian. So all these guys, the way they produce their shows, it's almost as if they offset, and you're always getting a good show about old world consistently. It's a consistent stream of old world, right? Information. So I highly recommend looking at these guys. And this guy has a penchant of going live. So check him out. I do not want you guys missing out on this dude. Know what I'm saying? Vicky. It is good to see you, Vic. Yes. John Levy's good. I like John Levy. Yeah. So give this Lucius Aurelian a chance. I don't think you'll be disappointed. He's been talking about the Griffins as of late also. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You got it. You got it, Queen Bee. Anytime. Just as long as you getting your coffee, your beans and toast, and you chilling, we should be solid. You know what I'm saying? Mind Unveiled. Yes, Mind Unveiled is another good one. Mind Unveiled. Everything in Me. It just produced another one today, Everything in Me. And so did Lucius Aurelian. Yeah, check them out. And for all you guys shadow watching tonight, please sub to my channel as well. Make sure you sub, make sure you like, make sure you share this content, please. And then, hey, check me out on Rumble too. Give me a like on Rumble, because for whatever reason, Rumble doesn't like to give me likes. They like to act as if y'all don't give me likes on Rumble. I don't know what it is, y'all. Rumble be playing games, man. Rumble stay playing games. Neo Dojo, I appreciate you, family. Yeah, Rumble stay playing games, man. I don't know what it is. But anytime I get on Rumble, Rumble does not want to give me credit for nothing, dude. It's crazy. It is crazy. Rumble don't want to give us credit for nothing, dude. Absolutely nothing. Let's see. So let's see where we at on this Rumble, on our stream right now. So I'm still on Rumble, family. Oh man, y'all over there giving me likes and everything, man. I love y'all, man. On this Rumble, on our stream right now. So I'm still on Rumble, family. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all y'all checking me out on Rumble too. Thank you very much. You know, we got to give Rumble a little bit of love. Yes. So Lucius. Yes. Okay. Maria Walker watches Lucius as well. Yeah. ABC still in the house. Nice. Nice. German hot dog. Oh Lord. Schnitzengruben. Account says 45. Yeah, I'm at 47 right now. It's at least that's what I'm seeing right now. So whoever's holding it down with me nice and late, hey, that's what's up. I appreciate you. So I'm waking up with the Brits. The Brits are awake. They're having their tea, crumpets, and beans and toast, which is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? They're enjoying their the little beans and toast, having a good time. Everybody's showing our sister Miss Queen Bee some love as she comes into the house and graces the place. Reggie 56. All right, got me on Rumble. That's what I'm talking about, dog. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's up. Oh God, that's so corny. That's the worst. I've been impressed with the German food. I guess anything German. The only good thing about German food is the sauerkraut, I'd say. And if they put any horseradish in anything, that's just about it. But outside of that, 818 is a good time. Okay. 818 is a good time. Okay, so you're 5 hours ahead of us over in the UK because it's 3:19 our time. Zach, what's going on, brother?
What is going on, man?
Man, I'm chilling, man. You sound like you too awake at this time, bro.
I know it's late.
It's real late.
Yeah,
what's going on, man?
If you want some company on here, man, I thought I'd pop in and provide some
man. Yeah, hell, why not, man? Why not join us up here, man? You know, we just over here. It's 3 a.m.
It's 3 a.m. Oh.
Yeah, but it's 8:20 in the UK. That's what Vicky just said.
Yeah, what's this? Beans and toast. What's that all about?
Oh, well, the Brits, like, they have some very different types of breakfast. So they'll have beans and toasts in the morning.
Like what kind of beans?
Bro, I don't know if it's like red beans, black beans, or what kinds of beans. But you know the Brits when it comes to food. I'm not going to talk bad about their food, but
Yeah, I'm just curious. I didn't know people ate beans for breakfast. I eat a lot of beans because I don't eat meat or anything anymore, so
yeah, they kill it when it comes to the beer and alcohol game, though. The Brits, man, they don't play with their beer and alcohol, but
oh no,
food, like the food part, they skip food class though. That seasoning, the Brits, they skip seasoning class. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're like, seasoning, blimey. Let me stop. Queen Bee, I'm giving y'all shit, man. I cussed twice already. I just cussed 2 times. Dang, man, I'm going. God's about to burn me up, boy. I'm playing games, bad games over here. It's 12:19. Okay, so Maria Walker, that's right. You out in Cali. Yeah, I love Italian food. Baked beans. Okay, they're baked beans.
Baked beans, okay.
Yeah.
So like a navy bean or something.
Oh, geez, steak tartare. Isn't that like raw steak? Steak tartare.
Yeah, I think steak tartare. Yeah, raw.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know.
That's what's on the menu up in over where Alan Nordstrom's at. Alan Nordstrom's, I think, is in Montana.
I'm from Montana originally. Where at? I wonder.
I don't know. Alan, let us know where in Montana you from or where it is you stay at. Yeah.
Steak. You have a good Thanksgiving, man? Did you have a good meal?
Oh, okay. So she knows how to season. Yeah, I had a pretty decent Thanksgiving. I spent it at the American Legion, just helping out, volunteering and stuff, showing love to the family.
Oh, good deal.
My veteran brothers and sisters over there.
That's good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we just kind of had a chill time here, but I don't know what we want to talk about. I was thinking about, because earlier, it was pretty troubling what you're talking about with the Monsanto, with the seed manipulation, or the that's troubling. That kind of echoes the whole what we were talking about the other night with the Nephilim and stuff, tampering with the genes and kind of doing all this stuff. That's kind of troubling, man. But I was thinking about the other thing about with the
stuff you came across.
Well, no, I wasn't going to talk about.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm still working that. I what I need to do. I am been looking through the Bible in the book of Numbers.
Okay, by the way, Alan Nostrand's from Bozeman, Montana.
Okay, Bozeman. Yeah, that's Montana State Bobcats. They're doing pretty well this year.
Okay.
I didn't see how they did if they played yesterday, but they should have the Brawl of the Wild coming up, playing the Grizz at the end of the season. But that's fun stuff. Always like football. Had to watch my Bears lose today, so.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. That's okay. That's all right. But no, we were talking about, what was it? I was going to talk about this whole market-based economy that we have. But, it makes me think of I don't know if, when you look at like the Cain and Abel, that story in Cain and Abel, most people, I guess, just look at it as it's all about envy and murder, right? Is what everybody, they go straight to that. But if you listen to like a Jordan Peterson talking about, and he has a pretty good series where he takes a psychological view at the some of these early books that are in the Bible there, and it's you got to kind of look at it differently, because if you're looking at, so they talk Cain and Abel. Cain's the firstborn, so he has the birthright and he has all the land, right? But if you get this blessing and all the land, you have all this responsibility that's supposed to come with that too. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
that's usually how it is for the firstborn. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he's got all this responsibility, and so he's the grain farmer, right? Because his offering at the table, so to speak, is going to be the crop, right? It's the grain. But you can just
Right.
think of him as the guy that's tilling the land. So he's
Yeah.
got all this. He's got to till it up. He's got to prep it. He's got to plant, right? And then he's got to tend to everything, irrigate, do all the things that you got to do.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with crop farming and stuff, and then of course, then he's got the harvest, and of course, you got to know, right? You got to know. You got to be in tune with the
overhead.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, moon cycles too, right? As far as
Yeah.
when you're supposed to plant and when you're supposed to harvest. Same thing with your seasons. So you got to kind of be, knowledgeable, right? You got to know all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, a lot that goes into it, a lot of effort. So when you're talking sacrifice, when you see that word sacrifice, just substitute it with like the effort, and then the offering is sort of like the product of your effort that you're giving to God. Which God, when you think of God, you got to think of the whole, because when we're talking God, we're talking the whole of everybody. It's like the whole thing, right? Sort of just like when you get into numbers and they're talking about continents, right? And when they're talking the sun and the moon, when you get into like number 6, 24 through 27, they're talking about the sun and the moon here, right? With the wine and the bread and the blood in the body. This is what they're talking about, like that continents when it's empty, it's like the empty moon. And of course, then you can see God at rest, right? We're talking the Sabbath. You can see all the workings of God when you don't have the moon, the continents, or the reflection of the body up there. But getting back to these guys. So you think of all of this that Cain has on his plate to take care of, and then of course his crop. He's going to bring his crop and he's going to throw it up on the altar, right? It's the offering of all his efforts to the community, the whole, the God.
Right.
So, and then of course, then his comes along. What his little brother got to do? He's just going to take some of that. He's going to take some of that pain that his brother, put all his effort into, and he's just going to take that and he's going to throw it in the trough for his for
the animals.
Yeah, for his animals, right? He's just got to put up a fence. Right, and build a coop for the chickens, and then all he's got to do is, he throws
fry some chicken, fry some of those chicken. God's gonna be like, dang, what kind of seasoning you got on that joker, boy?
I don't know about
He's
all
like,
that.
God's like, did I make that? Did I make that? I made those, and you frying it, and you making it smell like that, boy.
I like to think of it as like the milk and the cheese and the eggs, right? So he's putting that, he's putting all that up back in, that's his product, right? But he's taking from his brother's efforts. But, and then of course he puts that up on the table, and then of course the community, right? The community loves what he brought. They're going to love the milk, the cheese, and the eggs. They're going to love the omelet, but they don't want any broccoli or,
be like, yo, man, don't mess it up. Don't put onions in mine. Don't mess it up.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, that's kind of how I look at this when we're talking about like kind of this market-based economy, right? It's kind of sort of the same kind of system, but it's on steroids. And of course now we've got it with this the promissory note and everything with the currencies, and that's all getting manipulated. But I just think it's pretty interesting how it all works, and it's pretty easy, I think, to forget that you walk into a grocery store, and you think about everything you did that morning, right? Everything you put on, and the clothes you put on, and all these things that you did and you drove down to the store in your car or something with the gas and then all of the things in that store. I mean, you didn't really have a lot, as far as your efforts into the system, you know what I mean? You're probably getting a pretty good in return, you know what I mean? Is comparable, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like it's an interesting ordeal. But there's a movie that I would recommend to check out. I don't know if you've seen this movie, but it's called Jeremiah Johnson.
Oh my God, Robert! I think that was Robert Redford.
Yeah,
Jeremiah Johnson, and then it's narrated. Dude, I haven't seen. Oh, brother, I haven't seen Jeremiah Johnson in. It might have been, actually, I haven't seen it since like the early 80s.
Oh yeah, what'd you think about that movie though? I mean,
I liked it. It's a nostalgic, hits me right in my childhood. I remember seeing it after piano class. It was piano class, and then it was like the only thing coming on. For whatever reason, Kung Fu Theater didn't come on, and Jeremiah Johnson came on.
I guess.
And I was like, oh, all right. And then you see Robert Redford sitting over there, and then they're talking about Jeremiah. I think his wife died or something like that. And he moves to like the woods, and he's just like a woodsy. He's like a not Paul Bunyan, but he's like a
Davy Crockett type, right?
Yeah, like a Davy Crockett. Yeah, the wild frontier out in the wilderness and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what the movie is. So it starts off.
Was that Robert Redford?
Yeah, it's Robert Redford.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's a Sidney Pollack movie from the mid-70s, but he comes like it's the story. If you remember the beginning of the story, he's like it's like the 1800s, and he's in the army or something, right? And he's abandoning the war. So basically, he's abandoning civilization, so that he can go and get he's going to trade everything in. He's going to get his rifle, and he's going to get his ox and his cart, and he's going to get a bunch of supplies. So he's going to take a bunch of this from society, and then he's going to retreat up into the mountains, and he's just going to live off the land, right? That's his plan. Because, you're told in the Adam and Eve story that, you're going to have this contention with the Nakash or the serpent or whatever you call it. And there's multiple depths of meaning to this, as there is in all the biblical story. But you're told that as the generations of Eve grow, so will the generations of the serpent, right? So it's sort of like as your society gets larger and larger, the challenges, that little bit of bad, right, that you had at the beginning, right, that was probably easy to manage, and you just had a few people, it can get carried away pretty quick. And of course, the magnitude of the problems result in these wars. So he wants to escape the war, but of course, what does he find? He gets up in the mountain, and he finds out that just self survival is that's not really easy either. You know what I mean? So he ends up warring with all the other people that are kind of trying to do the same thing. So I think the lesson of that movie is to kind of point to this thing where, this society that we're going to gravitate back to the convenience of society. It's just what it's going to be, right? Because life is not tried if it's merely survived, right? That's a line from a song, but
sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's a Garth Brooks song. I'm referencing Garth Brooks again, but I think that's the line. But I think that's just it. And I kind of think if you were to tear it all down and to try to start anew, I mean, you wonder if you're not going to just end up in the same spot. You know what I mean?
Sean Alke said, "Yo, my man turned this joke into a parable, son."
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like, dang, Sean Alke, like, yo, Benny Hinn, not
it is
Benny.
Thanksgiving. It is.
He said, yo, TD Jakes. He said, yo, we got TD Jakes in here, man, over here preaching with his beard. Look at him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I do try to take the more positive view of it. The Hebrews talk about this with the ayin, you know what I mean? The dark eye and the light eye. And if you're gonna choose to see things through an eye of light, you know what I mean? It's all about your attitude. And if you're gonna see it through the dark eye, how dark it would be, type thing. So I just think, I think most of it's there's too many people cheating the system is what's happening, and that's got to get fixed. It's definitely got to get fixed. And
and I think it's a couple of things is going to happen. Either we fix it or they fix it to their liking.
Yeah, it's always going to have to be from the will of the person.
Yes.
So that's kind of the whole point of it, right? Is it's got to be from the will of the person to actually want to fix it. And then, well, it works more than that too, right? So it's employer-employee relationship. So if you're going to run a business, you got to have, that's not an easy thing to do, is to run a business, right? You got to have ambition. You got to have the know-how. You got and all these laws that we have now and shit for businesses. They got to, it's just not an easy thing to do, but they can take advantage of the employee though too, right? And then it works the other way too. If you're an employee and you can just come in and punch the clock and come in and make your make your sacrifice and offering to the table, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's you maybe not, you can leave work and it doesn't go with you. You know what I mean? But I mean, you can kind of give back to your employer. You know what I mean? It's a two-way street is basically what I was trying to get at with all of this stuff. But
okay,
yeah, it's just kind of how I see it. But yeah, people kind of take advantage of it too many ways. You know, they take that shortcut back to the convenience of everything. You know, so
because they think that it's going to help, and they're like, oh, at the same time, I might be able to just get an extra hour and a half or 2 hours of sleep if I just do this thing. And it should definitely benefit everybody, and we'll all be able to get a little bit of extra rest because of it. And it in turn makes you lazy, and then you wind up compromising doing other things that are necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, we got to continue to struggle on those two planes of axes, right? That majestic plane and the strength plane. So it's really, you got to challenge yourself mentally and physically. I got to get my house in order, man. I got to get my shit together. But
you and me both, bro. I ain't perfect. Like I say, man, I wake up messing up. So I know I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. I ask the Lord for strength so I could do better, so I could see things different, so I could do better. Because I was like, I know I'm doing the best I can, but it still ain't enough. It is what it is, man. I'm not going to sit there and make it sound like it's something else, man. It's the truth. It's the truth. Yeah. It's a hard truth, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back again.
All right, Ika, what's going on, brother?
I was just out with the dog and gave it food, and then I took a cup of coffee here.
Okay.
So now I'm back.
All right. Yeah, man. I've got to go and brush my teeth, and then I got to take my behind to bed. And then, because we're coming up on Flat Earth Friday here in a couple of hours.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Is it today the sending with Riku?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, tomorrow's going to be with Riku because it's going to be Saturday. Yeah, it's going to be Saturday night, I think, with Riku, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm waiting for that. It's going to be interesting.
I can't wait. Yeah. Zach, are you with us, brother?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop off though. I just thought I'd come in and give you some company there. And
man.
Is it cheers? Is it Finland?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Cheers to Finland. I don't know if you guys you probably don't celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday, I'm guessing, but
no.
Happy Thanksgiving, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks.
I hope you had a blessed day, man.
I'm most of the time I'm happy. Anyway.
Oh, there you go. Good deal.
Yeah.
All right, good to see you, Vlad. I'm gonna jump off, man.
Hey, brother, you have a good night, man. Zach, it's been a pleasure. And Yika, I'm about to jump off too, homie.
Okay.
It is late, but what I did was I went ahead and I dropped Riku's channel right there. So join us here in the next day or so. Make sure you sub to that. Make sure you sub to Riku's channel. We're probably more than likely going to get a whole panel together here in the next day or two, and we're going to discuss much of what we went over tonight. You know what I'm saying? Or tonight, last night, whatever. Yeah, whatever it is, man. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. And I'm going to do a little bit. And Maria, also, to answer your question, I'm going to look for those maps. Maria Walker, I'm going to look for those maps, okay? I promise. I'm going to look for that, and I should have an answer to you. Okay? And I appreciate you, T. Smith. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. You have a good night, T. Smith. Here. RY, what's happening, family? I didn't see you, but I wanted to say good evening because I hadn't seen you and said I didn't say what's up. That's right. Bless everybody. Bless everybody. And everybody, family, y'all have a good night. Luke, appreciate you, brother, for coming on tonight, man. And you guys have Riku's information right there. Make sure you download it or download it. Make sure you subscribe to it. Riku Swarwan. Amazing man, amazing channel. And so we're going to have fun here in the next couple of nights. Anyway, family, that's all I got. You have any last words, Yika? You have anything for the fam?
No, nothing special. Same old, same old.
All right, I hear you. Family, with that, I am going to leave you with my blessing. I wish you guys nothing but the best. Happy Thanksgiving. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, and be true to yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. And Yika and myself also wish you wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. And with that, family, I love you. Yika loves you. We love you. We are out. Peace. Hold on.
Peace. Bye.
Sure. Peace, brother.
Yes, we're moving on up to